Good morning, everybody. How you doing today? All right. That's good. Cool. How's everyone doing this morning? Clip it. What am I clipping? I'm exuberant. Pre-market volume's kind of low. I mean, I'm excited too, but this doesn't look amazing or anything. We tested delta neutral in pre-market, and arbitrage is way up. Fee rate now 3% on IBKR. It's ridiculous. Keep that on the Discord, Ani. CVV up pick is missing from the daily DD? No, it's not. I don't even think I have it open. Oh, I do. Here, I'll show it to you. It's not missing, though. It's pretty interesting this morning. I know IBKR is out of shares. What's the moldy tic tac in the bottom corner? That's a pickle. Switch it up. I have so many logos now. Where's my other one? What's this one? Oh, that's the wrong one. Ding ding. Are we gonna move delta neutral today? Yeah, we just crossed it. Did you see the ETF FTD possible DD by U section 741? I didn't. IV's kind of bumping this morning. VIX running up a little bit. SPY coming down hard. Ooh, negative beta. Don't worry about reading that, DD. It was just discovering one piece of the puzzle that you've been discussing for months. Okay. I wasn't worried about reading it anyway, user, but now I'm definitely not. BlackBerry is selling all patents related to mobile devices for 600 million. Does this have an effect on the short hedge fund basket? It could. I doubt it. I don't think BlackBerry is super involved. The correlation with BlackBerry kind of fall off back in June for the most part. A little hope for options data. You find anything for the stream? Thanks for everything. I did. I think Shugs. I'm gonna reach out to them today, and maybe we'll see some approval or something in the next few days for like live options data and stuff. The problem I have isn't paying for it; it's streaming it. So I can buy options data, but I can't show it to you guys, which is kind of lame. So I'm trying to see if I can find like a company that's not really super affiliated with anyone, or any specific like organization, and then reach out to them and see if like they're okay with me violating their TOS. Cat at 196 already? It's a quick drop. Good. I'm gonna wait just a second probably. I want to see where it stabilizes. If it falls below like 195, there's some really nice opportunities there. I still don't know if this I still don't know if this is going to continue like that channel. It could be that like the prevailing market sentiment's going to drag it down. Nine months. I could have incubated, birthed, and birthed a briny baby pickle by now, ready for the battle for 180 to resume. I'd love to see that. This is a pretty good morning spike. I like this. Is DFE allowed to talk again? I don't know. I don't think so. Ooh. This is very nice. What a great way to start the day off. Max Payne 107, 103. Can't you just pass along the info without showing it on screen? I can, but it's not really great for transparency or anything. So we have to close delta neutral. then hedgies will be forced to hedge their calls or shares in after hours. We have to close up to force them to hedge. Bid ask spread almost at $1. So being allowed or disallowed, it's about exposure and liability. Thank you, Roaring Kitty. That is correct. What price does it get spicy after 120? A little sooner than that. It starts to get pretty spicy around 114. It's a little lower than last week. Or at least that's the point at which like the put call ratio flips. Max pain is 103. Can we get a spice line? We'll see. I don't know if I timed it well or not, but sold 218 that I picked up last week, using it to get another 318. Is this winning? It's, yeah, moderately. I don't know what when you picked up your 218. If you made good profits on it, though, that's awesome. Anyone else's dashboard looking weird today? Mine has a sickly bluish yellow hue to it. And I think it's glitching out. That's called green trash. I think the Discord mic is muted. It's definitely not. No. Unless Discord's going down again. Cat not doing so well this morning. I know, it's good. You guys retail buying all the Jamie and selling it 4 minutes later. Well, you know how we do. It was a nice open. Let's see if we hold it. We're, I mean, they definitely borrowed some shares, so. Why does the VIX go down when the SPY goes up? Isn't it tied to volatility? Volatility and price are inversely correlated. Fidelity back up to 50K. Okay. There's some shares returned. Yeah, IBKR fee doubled. GME dead? Might be for a minute. Tesla. Tesla actually looks pretty good still, Victor. SPY recovered. Who expires today? That was interesting. White transactions mean no effect on the price. Plunge protection team going ham this month. That's not really how that works. Just that one time. I kind of miss that guy asking you to analyze Moderna every day. He's still here. He asked about Tesla. I know this is bad, but I use market order on options as it's much faster than I can manually set limits for. I'm sure at lower liquidity point, limits are a requirement. The reason market orders are bad is because that you'll frequently buy at the ask. And sell at the bid. And the spread can be pretty wide. So you lose a lot of money to slippage. So my suggestion would be to learn to trade them faster with limit orders. Otherwise, you're just throwing money away. That's not the way the VIX works. Have you ever seen retail? Because this kind of price movement that perfectly covers GEX. I can't believe we've done this. Retail calls this kind of price movement that perfectly covers GEX. I can't believe. Oh. In one instance, you should be buying to cover FTDs, while a different hedge fund is shorting to protect their own position. Sure. Although I would argue that the buying and shorting are far too well timed to be multiple entities. Not saying it's not multiple positions. I just don't think it's being managed by multiple places. For the last month or so, ATP's been pretty reliably hitting the mid with market orders on options, maybe a few cents over, but close. Their price improvement code seems to be working. Cool. Option activity on XRT is dead today after 2 weeks of lots of puts. Yeah, that's a positive. That's kind of what we're hoping for too. Is an indicator of that turnaround will be something we saw happen Friday, which is a lot of those deep in the money puts being sold off as they brace themselves for a run. They have no desire to carry these anymore. And they're selling them while they're profitable, which also relieves downward pressure from the stock. Can you please explain how and where to set it? Some arbitrary number between the bid and ask? No. If the price, like say you're looking at a long call and the price is falling, you can probably set it under the bid, right, and get your fill. Or if the price is rising, you can set it slightly over the ask or nearer the ask. It also depends on what your priority is. If you're trying to get a fill immediately, you want to be closer to the ask. If you have time to wait for your entry, then, you want to try to get it as cheap as possible. No problem, fresh and free. Did you just split the bid ask to get fast, good order execution? You mean the mid? Um, Sometimes I would say a lot of the time, the problem is if a stock's moving, you're not going to get it at the mid. And you'll need to adjust. What exactly are you looking for when you look at live options data? Uh, Block sales, sweeps, large orders coming in, looking at the positioning of the puts and calls for the week. DN's at 99. It's this blue line. If I could label it, I would, but I can't. Where is volume? We don't have any. I wasn't very excited about today. Today is 69 days, calendar days from the November run, which may have been what Cohen was referencing in his 69 tweet. Uh, Generally, our runs begin right around this time. Um, we see some price action right around that time. It's like where our initial, so like our runs are usually double bottom. It's usually an ascending double bottom, actually. So we dip and we bounce, and then we bounce again, and then we run a little bit and recover, and then run up. And usually, like right at this point, is 69 calendar days, give or take. This is usually around like 85. So he might have been referencing this. I don't really expect the ETF FTD overlap to begin till tomorrow on Feb 1st through 8th. With the key dates being the 3rd and the 8th. And then, after that, nothing until OPEX. I mean, we have FTDs this whole time, but nothing significant until OPEX. 2,500 watching, 700 likes. Show yourself harder. If you guys could drop a like, it's helpful in the morning time. What do you think about GME on the daily? What about it? I think we're bouncing. Yelya's data shows that the option market's stabilizing. It's call favored. We have a double bottom ascending. This looks like our turnaround point in basically every cycle. To be fair, though, this looked like a turnaround point as well, and it was not. We did stabilize and sort of recover here in late December, but then they just tanked it even harder. So we'll see. I'd want some confirmation. Obviously, we bounced above delta neutral already today, which is good. If we see some more climb in the later afternoon, that'll be very good. But we'll see how it plays out. I should update Reddit. I'll wait a few minutes, see what happens here. I know max pain is 103. Yeah, that's yell, yeah. Has anyone threatened you over streaming? I heard some super stock has been approached. Some in super stock had been approached. We're not sure if it's true. Oh, absolutely. I get like crazy death threats and all kinds of shit all the time. Not seeing anywhere near the 482,000 volume in my candles on ATP or TOS. Different exchanges. I'm showing 491,000 volume. Sam. Give it time, you should update. Shares down to 0. IBKR, ouchie down's coming. I think they already borrowed him. Struggle works. Is there a volume per time indicator? Like volume per minute? Yes, not on here. You can use RSI, like faster RSI. Let me show you. So you can use like the RSI 6 as kind of an indicator of like buy pressure on the 1 minute if you want to. I don't know why you'd need it, but I can't wait for School of Stock this afternoon. Oh yeah, if you guys haven't check out the new channel I'm releasing. Like it's just like an intro video today. I'm working on posting the first video. I hope I'll have it up by Wednesday this week. But yeah, there's a premiere scheduled for 5 o'clock today. What's your favorite death threat so far? Um, I would say that the hyper religious ones are probably my favorite because it has nothing. Or alternatively, the ones that are really socialistic, where they're blaming me for capitalizing on things. Those are always kind of ironic, given that stocks in a capital market. But I would say those are my favorites. Trash. So death threats all the time. Yeah, that's most of them are really lame. They're just like you should die and fuck you and your TA and stuff like that. It's not death threats over the stock market, Trina. It's death threats from crazy people on Reddit. Please teach us how to front run. Well, the first thing you have to do is you have to put a delay on your stream. And then you need a bunch of people buying illiquid penny stocks in the pre-market. If you watch some other financial streamers, you'll see what I'm talking about. Thanks for dropping the link, Carl. It has nothing to do with being poor. I had no intention of stopping. Don't worry. It's funny how when retail starts making money, the big guys start calling for regulation. I I almost guarantee in the next 3 years we're gonna see options restricted to trading accounts with $25,000 or more in them. Exactly, Nav. Other than Carl trashed in, and have you received any positive acknowledgments? If so, what's your favorite one? Fuck you, Dr. K. Is it possible to briefly explain where the majority of the buy pressure comes from with OPEC's FMAN cycles? Thank you. Likely gamma exposure from the expiration of quarterly ETF and index options. Yo, banana boy. But it also could come from futures as well, or the creation of new futures contracts. How would you act if RC2 did a pickle on a Wi-Fi router? That'd be amazing. I would enjoy more watching people's heads explode on Reddit than him actually tweeting that. Agreed on options restrictions coming. Yeah. When they send you death threats, you should send them back a scorecard, count them off for spelling errors, lack of creativity, etc. I haven't really thought about that. I should. Like grade their death threat. Are you expecting ETF exposure date in late Feb to really kick us into high gear? Or do you that happens earlier on the 3rd and 8th of this month? No, so these are separate things. Superman is CK. So Feb 1st through 8th is the ETF FTD overlap. The majority of it occurs, I think, within this window. However, Feb 18th expiration is gamma exposure that's realized within T+2. So Feb, what is it, 21st through 23rd, I think. So these are separate. Like this is OPEX. These are totally separate events. This one doesn't really have anything to do with FTDs, although it can create them. So GameStop's movement is correlated between, or not correlated between, but predicated by two separate types of events. You have high volatility events and FTD events. These create FTDs due to lack of liquidity, right? So for high volatility events, liquidity is necessary. And to get liquidity, they need to create synthetic shares. And so that creates FTDs. And then the FTD events are the byproducts of these larger high volatility events. Any thoughts on Lou versus Wall Street or Al from Boston? If they own AMC, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. No, I mean, isn't Lou like a convicted criminal? And Al from Boston was like groping his fans or some shit. Sorry about the death threats. I just get angry sometimes when my mummy tells me off and I take it out on you. I understand, average Joe, but at least yours are creative. Actually, we ran inverse of the market this morning. Clipadelphia. Fine. Buy rate's at 3% for IBKR. I think it's still 1% for Fidelity. In all honesty, do you think RC is actually communicating with us via tweets? I'm neutral on the topic. No. I think he's just tweeting. That is fucking strange, Trina. I can honestly say I've never fought a sibling or another dude over raspberries. Meet Kevin here. We've not yet met, but heard you were starting a new market education channel. Best wishes for the new venture. If you want to meet me, meet Kevin. For a few tips, we should meet up soon. To meet Kevin, call 1-800-MEET-KEVIN. Thanks, Meet Kevin. How'd the margin call go? No. When you call chat, you're on the board of governors for AMC. I don't know how long you can keep this up. I mean, I do own more shares than their CFO, incidentally. On TDA, if you place options order way under and then go check your orders, it shows you what price the current fill market is at. I didn't realize that until a few months ago. Interesting. I don't use TDA, but that's kind of cool. Can you read some of the death threats on stream every day? Probably, but then I feel like I'm giving them what they want, right? Which is acknowledgement. Pretty sure Meet Kevin took out a huge loan for his rental properties and is using a lot of that money to play the market. Nice. So old money. Stefan's DD progress. What? Market Watch pushed just now. Members of Congress made stock trades worth 355 million in 2021. Wow, that's not that much money. You'd think Congress would do better. Fucking market was up 30% this year. Maybe we should pay them more. Is this the beginning of your hostile takeover of AMC, where you turn it around into a 24/7 beauty emporium, streaming all the very best beauty streamers? Like an influencer backed. Oh, what's the name of that fucking? Are you aware of research into Clearstream, GS2C, and potential wrongdoings there? A little. I've heard of some of these things. Yes. Are you talking about like the fucking super weird arbitrage with GameStop and Frankfurt and London and like the AO6L ticker? Good morning, Daniel Blaze. Didn't say someone say NVAX or MGME? Interesting movement. Somebody brought that up last week. Does this seem to be the bull trap before the market crash? Yeah, probably. Hmm. God. I have forced air heat in my new apartment, and it's turning me into like beef jerky. When are you gonna realize that MOASS won't happen until you mod JFresh? I understand it means sacrificing the stream, but it has to be done. It's an interesting take, Pigeon Teeth, from MOASS. Do you think RC has people who know the rabbit hole of the financial markets better than us? I would say that the GameStop movement has uncovered more market mechanics and data probably than has been uncovered for almost any other individual stock in history. Um, so maybe I'm not saying he doesn't have like a financial advisor. He probably does. But as far as like how deep that market knowledge goes beyond just like standard portfolio management, it's hard to say. I'm sure he has a very good financial advisor. He is a billionaire. You'd be surprised. Most billionaires and CEOs aren't really that knowledgeable about the market. They're good at running businesses, right? It's not really the same thing. Some are better at manipulating the price of their stock, like Elon. Do you know what happens with all the options contracts? If the stock is frozen for 2 weeks at a time, so the brokers can locate real shares to replace synthetics plus settlement time, they would just, I mean, if they expire during that time, they would expire. I don't think you're going to see that. It's a fucking big stretch. Do you have a preferred email to which you'd like us to send our anti capitalist, obscenely religious death threats? Yeah, the one on the like community page or whatever. Financial autist at gmail.com. Yeah, I think I need to get a humidifier. I think you're right. RC reads all the DD. That's possible. Is AMD a bull trap? It, isn't AMD? Probably running because earnings are coming up. Ooh, I should take my profits off this. Interesting. Huh. SPY trying to break 445. Don't miss out on cat. I I think I already bought. Let me check. Eh. Well, I picked up some. I guess I underpriced it a little bit. I filled on 5 contracts. This is not terrible. I didn't order for 20 though. Fuck. Trying to see if the SPY is gonna break this or not. It looks strong. Jimmy coming up. Oh shit. This looks fairly indicative of low volume covering. I don't know how much of it is market wide price action. Oh, I was right about Tesla. Look at it go. Oop, SPY broke. What type of heating do you have in your place? Hot water, natural gas, electric? I have no idea what kind of furnace the building has, but it's just hot air. Like usually most apartments in New York have steam heat. So they have like radiators. This place does not. What will your cutoff point be when you'll stop streaming during MOASS? I don't know. I'd imagine if I start to see evidence of forced liquidation, that I will cut the stream. When selling an option, where do you set your limit? Closer to the bid or ask, or in the middle? How do you set a limit to get the most profit? At the same time, you make sure that it sells. I mean, you can adjust it. You can use stop limits and set your stop slightly below the trading price and try to ensure that you get a fill within this range from your stop to your limit. If the price is continuing to trend up, you can set your limit above the price. You can use, although I don't recommend this on GameStop, you can use a trailing stop and set that for like a slip of, 5% or something. GameStop's a little too volatile for trailing stops. But obviously, if you buy your contract closer to the bid and sell it closer to the ask, you're gonna make money off of like additional money off of the difference there. Check out Spotify, looking good. Didn't they make some announcements about their like how they're gonna like manage their plan for their platform or something? I don't really care about Spotify right now, but looks like it's coming back up. Hard bounce. A lot of volume for Spotify today. Usually not a very interesting stock. Although you could argue it was a bit overvalued previously. Crap. Imagine the poor folk on Discord audio. They think something terrible just happened. Nothing terrible happened. Do you think RCS people know about the rabbit holes? How fucking far behind am I? Delta neutral's at $99. Yeah, we're trading just above max pan. So if this is delta neutral, I'll put a line down for max pan. I should do this every day. I realize I'm just giving myself more shit to do, but the bar rate change. Yeah, I know it's at 3%. We still want to see that in the double digits before it really matters. How does the stop limit work? Does it trigger on the stop and sell at your limit? Or does the price need to reach out reach our limit first and wait for the sell. It triggers on the stop. So the stop is what the stop is the condition. So if the price crosses the stop, that places the limit order. I hope you've prepared a sign off video to play to close out the stream. No. So my impression, or so far in shift search, there are just bullish plays. Probably. We're seeing the put, like the puts start to fall off pretty significantly last Friday. I'd imagine that will continue. Everything so far today looks pretty bullish. Sold puts, bought calls. Yeah, I mean, that's ideal. Ooh. What's the SPY doing? What are you doing, SPY? This was the best $50 I've ever spent. Pi-Fi is the best YouTube streamer I know. Everyone should like and subscribe to his stream. Thank you, Bipolar Bear. Stop if limit then. Yes. Some puts coming through on option strat live flow, but it's minimal. Okay. CRTX fraud investigation. Fuck, that sucks. Hmm. What factors play into when you take profits for contracts, e.g., March, April, etc.? Mega Mole, that's going to be like entirely individual. Just the best thing to be doing is to just look to capture profits. You know, don't let 3 and 4x options turn into fucking 3 and 4x losses. No. I guess you can only lose 1x. I think that's a mistake that people have made far too often with GameStop contracts. Is that, you know, they'll ride up a run and see like 100 to 300% profits and then just let it fall and make the till the contract's worthless. So don't overhold, but, you know, look for good exits. have a plan. You have shares already, right? Shares are for MOASS. Borrow fee just went up to 3%. It's been up for at 3% for a while. My calls are backheld to 10x or zero. Usually zero though. How'd you guess my strategy? Everyone overheld in November. It was fucking November was weird. What's the current SI of GME? I've seen anywhere between like 13 and 20% currently reported. So people who are down 90% on options they bought in Feb should be happy to break even then. I mean, break even's obviously great, yeah. With the expected push not occurring and the time frame getting pushed out, break even's definitely profitable. I've already rolled my Febs, as have many others, while the price was down, kind of before the IV started spiking. But yeah, break even on a Feb option is solid. I mean, follow the trend if it continues to run. We know kind of where our points of resistance to the upside are going to be, like around 115, probably around 135, 150 are really important to the upside. If we break 150, a test of 200 is possible. If we test 200 or break through 200, I could see us running as high as like 225, but the chain kind of dies out around there. So not a lot of delta hedging pressure after 200. Can you repeat the name of your new channel? School of Stock. There's a link for it in the description if you want to. There's nothing there yet. I'm just. First video is coming out today. This is a TradingView desktop app. It's WeBull. McFnooples. When do you expect that chain to be built as the price increases? To some extent. But IV's already very high, JC. And I can see people being priced out of options at that point. School of Hard Stocks, missed opportunity. Can you play any instrument? I can play. Well, I used to be able to play the violin and piano. I don't know if I still can. I'm at institutions. Do you think they're still building ramps? I mean, institutional buying's kind of been in line with retail buying recently. At and near the money, far dated calls seem to be what institutions are also chasing. Don't get me wrong, there's still open interest pretty high up, but it takes a push to go from 225 to 250 and an even greater push to break 250. There's a lot of like historical volume dead zones at those prices. Excited for your new channel. Regarding stop limit during high volatility periods, which percentage below would you set the stop? And thank you. You can technically, so the the correct way to do it is the first candle off of the peak, so the one that forms here, will usually be, this is the reversal, right? Before you begin a consolidation period. Usually the range of this candle is the distance you should set your stop or your limit from your stop, because that's like the current market volatility, right? Like it's a measure of the current market volatility. And so if this like gaps down, it's probably not going to gap down a distance greater than this. That's not 100% true all the time, but it's a good way to measure your stop. So if this candle has like 3% range, then you probably want to set your stop, and then 3% lower, set your limit. I don't know if the candles give you a range. They should. Yeah, like this one was 0.43%, or this one was 0.72%. And so that's a good way to set your range. If you mouse over it, you'll see it. You'll see the range on the candle listed. So you don't actually have to like get a calculator out if you're not good at doing percentages on the fly. Not playing options in a corrupt market. Fuck that. I wouldn't want to play options in a fair market. Boring. I heard AMC wants to turn around by making a self-driving EV popcorn maker. That's deep value. In regards to far dated calls, I'm looking at safer 100C. I'm between July and Jan. Is July far dated enough for that? I think so. I think it's unlikely that we don't see price improvement. I mean, you're also looking in the money. So it depends on your goals. Are you looking to capture profits? Are you hoping to get more shares? Like, it depends what you're trying to do, Guy Fieri. If you're trying to get more shares, then, Jan 2023 will probably give you enough time to realize a value where your contract is extremely cheap to exercise. Cat recovered. Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't fill on that many contracts. But how do you see the SPY playing out for the rest of 2022? I think we're going to see a crash this year, or at least an extremely steep correction at some point. If for no other reason that the VIX is probably going to squeeze. New York Times article by Lucy Commissar, by GameStop, fight injustice. Cool. I think I saw this. Although I feel like immediately AMC is mentioned, which is suspicious. Thanks, looking to recoup my bloodbaths that were my Feb options. For sure. I just got options as strategic investment. It's thicker than my con law textbook. It's a thick boy, but it's got all the stuff. I'll read this later. It's not Lucy Commissar. Who is it? Oh. I'm confused. Options are for making money. I think you figured it out. But a market crash will drop GME. Yep. Decisions. I have 10K, no margin, only level 2 options, 100 shares of GME or a covered call. Covered call. You mean a cash secured put? Cash secured put is what you want if you're buying, if you want to buy stock. It lowers your cost basis by providing you a premium and letting you set your target price. Um, the massive risk to MMs internalizing so much is that it makes delta neutral much easier to get, much lower. It's almost like internalizing this long is extremely risky. Yeah, it is. So if the VIX squeezes, does this mean that the VIX is shorted? Yeah, the VIX is heavily shorted because we've been in a bull run for the last year. Short the VIX is like bull run 101. It's like a very common investment strategy for lots of people and institutions. But the VIX is over short, and it's volatility. Volatility's popularity as a profit mechanism leads to situations where the VIX can squeeze, asymmetric risk and all that. Thoughts on me putting a beginner's guide into options in my neighborhood library and then buying up the foreclosed homes? I like it. It's a good strategy. What options for making money indeed? I do PMCC for more GME at the money, in the money at the money calls. Check your Twitter. I've committed a crime. I don't I don't think I care. What the fuck? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't get it. I don't understand Twitter. I'm sure it's funny. Um, I'm really looking forward to what you're doing with the new channel. Thanks, Luna. Why is it always 101 and not just 001 or 1? It depends on what school you go to, I think. Some of them do number their classes that way. Who's asymmetric risk? Well, our pickle status roll over to School of Stock. School of Stock's not even monetized, so it's irrelevant. Check DMs. Fluffy's got some quality DD. Can you make that more lewd, Fluffiosa? What do we got, turd? 52% dark pool volume for today. Big fucking floor trades. 108, 109, 108, 120, 130. Damn. I like it. How does the VIX squeeze? I thought it was the same as an ETF. I mean, there's ETFs that track the VIX. On your new channel, are you going to teach us how to YOLO into weeklies and how fun furry parties are? I don't know anything about the fun level at a furry party, turd, but YOLO into weeklies is not a strategy that I will be promoting on my educational financial channel. No. If Wall Street bets paid for 10% more theta, they'd all be richer. I wonder if they know that. Theta Gang knows that. Are you gonna be nice in your videos, like your first exit strat video? Maybe. I will say I recorded and edited the first video for the channel already, and I come off as like way too serious, which bothers me. But people will learn. How can you call it an educational channel if you don't promote weekly options YOLOs? It's a process. Sure me, boom. Would the new channel be in Farsi as well as English? Fuck off. What do you want, man? You want to sell covered calls? Is that what you're trying to do? Tomorrow, biggest IV spike of the week? No, the third probably. School stock business in the front. This stream party in the rear. It's party in the back. Is this new one monetized, or are you helping the poorest too? It's not monetized. Not yet. But I don't think it's gonna have like memberships or anything like that. It's just for videos. I'm a big fan of the 5-min technique. Seeing the selling by 300 fibs now versus later this week with a run to 115, 120 are roughly the same. Thinking to wait and see what this run does. What are the pitfalls? Theta decay. Between Feb 9, 17, do you think the price will dip heavily or be flat until the OPEX date in Feb? Not sure if it was answered. I don't know. They've shorted a lot going into this week. I don't know if they'll be able to sustain that internalization after a run. So it's possible that we'll see a dip and like kind of a repeat of the November 3rd through November 22nd price action. But we may trade a little more flat than that. We're already significantly below like our volume weighted average price, and so we have a lot of room to the upside to continue moving. I will, however, be wary of OPEX if we see too much growth between those two time periods. So especially the 9th and the 18th, if we see a lot of upside during that time period, I'd be very wary of the following week and its potential run. Much like November, if they hedge in advance, they can reduce the volatility of that subsequent run. 1,000 subs and 4,000 public watching hours to monetize. How long is the first video? 2 minutes. It'll be a while. Do you wear a shirt, tie, and glasses? No. I know you said 225 likely top in the next run. What do you think? What day do you think that peak will happen? I didn't say 225 is likely the top in the next run. Are you referring to the OPEX run or the ETF FTDs? What school is set to an educational outreach program for the Dans and stream live classes from behind the Wendy's dumpster? No. $300,000 shares just borrowed. Can you wear a tie and glasses with no shirt then? No. Most importantly, will you be wearing a hat? Of course. Is there extra credit? How many questions is the midterm? I didn't do any homework, but I'll tickle a pickle for a letter grade bump. That's not how this works. What calls are you looking at for cat? I bought 195s. I'm not looking at anything now. The price is too high. If it drops back below 195, I'll buy more. Fuck you, 17K sell wall. There's a pretty thick sell wall at 105. You say that's not how this works a lot. Why do you ever say how things actually work? I do. That's like what I spend 95% of my day doing, is explaining how things actually work. And then listen to people repeat it completely incorrectly. What do you want to know, Dilly? What thing? Drop it on me. Does the price of the stock jump to the next ask once the ask has been bought? If a block order comes in at the ask, it will move the price up. That's why when they cover, we see them like waiting until the ask stabilizes before they place another order and drive the price up. This way they don't gap the price up. Because if the next ask is like say up here at 104.50 and they drop a 100 share order, it's going to move up. It's going to gap up to this price. And so they wait for something else to come in below. Just puts cost same as shares. Is there any time when a sell wall is illegal? No. It's just a limit order for a sell. What if, I mean, so if the price is at 5,000 and the next ask is at 10,000, you may see the clearinghouse hold the order, right? It's the clearinghouse's responsibility to try to prevent it from gapping up. So it's really up to them. If they fill it at 10,000, then yeah, the price goes up. And look what happened to the SPY last week when those orders got filled down at like 368. Brian Sakai, thank you so much. If you wanted to say something in that message, feel free to say it. Since you hate NFT dividends, can I have yours now? What's your prediction of this Feb run up? You think 350, 375? Heck no. We'll see. A lot of shit has to happen before then. Let's focus on the near the current price before we start worrying about moving up, 3x from where we are. A bull trap is like the uptrend is fake and GME can drop another time. A bull trap is a high volume event where a significant amount of buy pressure hits the market, right? And then the upper resistance is shorted very hard. And what the point of this is, it causes FOMO and then they short the peak. We're not seeing those right now, given that our volume is basically insignificant. Kind of like a bull flag, except it just immediately breaks down. What are the OPEX dates? Next one is Feb 18th, so T+2 from that day. I think we have a decent chance of seeing 104. Accurate, if true. Is anybody buying at 104.20? I'm going to buy one. I did it. Nice manipulation. Classic. How are we up 6.5%? At less than 1 million volume. We don't need a lot of volume to go up. What prices interest you where things could get going? I think you said 120 last week, 115 this week. Cat's meow. So yeah, things could get really spicy on a cross of 115. And then subsequently a cross of 147 is pretty relevant as well. I work with a Fred G and realized I just called him Frag in an email. Well, you should just call him Frag all the time, not just in emails. It's nuts how you get called a shill by a bunch of apes. So you're literally the only one that's still here after 1 year. All the other ones are acting like prophets are long gone. Thanks, Speedy. Can the bar rate keep going up every day? And at what pace could it increase intraday? I mean, it went up, it almost doubled on Friday. It doubled today. I hope it doubles again tomorrow. But yes, it can keep going up. It can also change during after hours and pre-market. WeBull still hasn't moved your shares, it looks like. Was it ACAT you initiated? I haven't set up the transfer for the shares out of WeBull. I'm going to. I just forgot. I started to do it last week and then I had to like open another window and I was like, fuck this. And I turned my computer off. First time actually watching, I'm disappointed because I thought that noise was you breathing from a scuba regulator, not vaping. Oh well. Sorry to disappoint you. Call him Fregulon Esquire. Is 120 still an important line for us to cross this week? 115, guess. Does anyone else hate the term ape? Yeah. I don't really understand it or what it came from. And if you watch just one video of trades, you'll hate it forever. Fuck you, sell walls. Zakir, you're getting overly bullish. It's unbecoming in a mod. Has your view on DRS changed? I haven't been around since November. No. Is volume traded the total amount of shares traded, both buy and sell? Yes. OG meaning was all people equal. Interesting. Is this exciting? It is. Also, do we know exactly what this is, or is the covering mentioned your DD the leading ethos? It could be them releasing internalization as well as the delta hedge that was required from last Friday of like I think Yalia said 1.23 million shares. Remember that Gex doing T+2? Delta sensitivity is pretty high. Higher today too. So if we see a 10% increase today, that leads to even more hedging tomorrow. It's because people don't want to call us by our birth given names. It's oh Jesus Christ! What the fuck was that? Why is Ivy not rising for GME? It's already pretty high. Also, we're moving up on very low volume. Ivy's moving a little bit out of the money. My out of the money calls are going up. They're more sensitive to that change. Are you buying any far out of the money March strikes as a pure volatility play like you did in Jan with 950s? I have some IV strikes. They're for June. 600. I actually kind of don't like the 600s now that I've bought them, but probably also the June 680s look pretty appealing. Does DN only matter at close? DN matters intraday. If you had calls that were 1.5 months out and price hits your strike today, would you sell now or wait just before OPEX? I would probably wait to see if we realize more value in the coming days. If your calls are in the money, you can kind of rest on them. Go back to ups, please. It's just consolidating. It was rejected. Same rejection point from a few days ago, too. Why do AMC and Jimmy run the same? It's very likely that AMC is used as a hedge for volatility on GameStop. The data seems to point at that. Obviously, we don't have hard proof, but Citadel being long on AMC is pretty indicative. Yeah, borrow rate's been at 3% for a little while. How does that work with AMC as a delta hedge? It's not a delta hedge. Oh, what is the rebate rate and why is it rising to almost match the borrow fee? Because if you're using cash collateral, it's basically free to borrow. It's common for the borrow rate and the rebate rate to be in line. Separation of the two implies that the stock is over borrowed. Now 3% with 300,000 shares available. There's the short. I've been saying that from day one, bless. Distraction included. Yeah, it's a distraction too. Divide and conquer. Can you elaborate a bit on why June 680C for Jimmy looks good? Their IV is still relatively low for how far out of the money they are. IV on them has been ranging between like 160, 170. I bought 600s, um, but I'm not sure what I paid a premium for, honestly. Like, it was like $100 more per contract to buy 600s. I know Jan FTDs are out. If I told you you had a nice ask, would you let me buy your resistance? That's the best pickup line I've ever heard, Ross. Thank you. Remember when Jimmy was going into the S&P 500? No. I don't remember when that was happening. I remember people thinking that was going to happen with zero basis in fact. What's the earning potential on a pure volatility play versus choosing closer to the money strikes? Oh, far greater, Trevor Schwab, because you can maximize leverage, but the risk is way higher on a pure volatility play. If your contracts go in the money, theta decay falls off. Their value is much more stabilized, and the deeper in the money they go, the more they begin to act just like the higher their delta value gets, the more they begin to act like just shares of the underlying. Whereas a very far out of the money put or a call like that is going to be its value is going to be fleeting. So one of them is a kind of like a high speed trade, whereas the other is something that you can hold on to and take profits from. You have a lot more time to mess around with it. Why are you always tired? I never sleep. um your ad when I joined was for Robinhood. Lame. Yeah, I don't know why. YouTube picks the ads. I don't. What's your current bid asks for? What's maybe we can meet you in the middle? No, that's a pickup line. JFresh 69 cat. No, I don't wear my hat to bed. $100 far out of the money weekly contracts seem like a great way to set money on fire. It doesn't sound like a terrible way to set your money on fire. It's probably more fun than burning it in a trash can. Dr. Huberman, Stanford professor, has an incredible sleep supplement stack. I use it. It's super legit. Highly recommend. Thanks, Stefan. It's the first thing you've read of mine in months. Thanks. Really? I don't believe that. Same pattern. They're covering ahead. We'll see. We've got a pretty steep trend if we hold it. A little more room to fall here too. Whenever I buy calls, the stock is down. I'm here to let you guys know that I have bought March and June. Sorry in advance. Thanks for the warning, Storm. when taking profits, assuming multiple strikes that are 45, 60 DTE, is it better to sell the further strikes first before moving closer, or sell closer strikes, then move further? If you're talking about days to expiration, or are you talking about strikes and relevance to how far out of the money they are? So for DTE, when exiting a position, you would exit the closest ones first and then move out. But for value, like strike value, you would exit out of the money first on a run. And in the money last. Near, far, wherever you are. I borrowed this because updated a bunch, or IBKR is updated a bunch today. That's just you're gonna get slapped for that one, Jay Fresh. Are you expecting the same price action this week that we saw November 1st through 3rd? Yeah. Possibly to a slightly greater degree. There's more FTDs. Yeah, that is D-balls. If you make enough money on the out of the monies, you can use that cash or capital to exercise it in the money calls. Thanks, F bro. Keep saying those words. Bar interest rate went up to 3%. Oh my god. All right, I'm writing this down. Would you help me design a stock system for my D&D game? No. Never. Don't feel bad. My siblings wasted money on that too because they're simpletons, but the results are laughable. Update DD in your DM. Oh boy. Some breaking news. After losing track of Trash Dan, we've discovered Matt Core's capturing other decks. Guys, remember, protect the ducks. Vote no for Matt Kors. Sick fuck. Did you make that sound when you ran away, Trash Dan? Dear God, is that what I think it is in his hand? It is. See, this is why I don't read your things, Evan. Can they internalize hedging, like boofing a boof? No. I don't know what you're trying to say, but probably not. Do you believe that the stock will go on? I do. Read all the borrow rate trolling and tell me that it doesn't sound great to mod me right now and watch me ban everyone. Not yet. Not yet, J Fresh. Thoughts on the current market? It seems to be recovering nicely now. It's doing okay. I don't think it's going to continue. Probably come back up. Probably come back up to at least 460 in the near term. But if the Fed bumps borrow rates in March, I think we're going to see another decline. I have no intention of holding options for MOASS. If we MOASS and I'm holding options, awesome. See money. So it's like this. Or how many of these Celine Dion t-shirts do you own? How many more do you need to feel complete? I have 4. I really want one more from her last tour. I'm into crypto and 2 are following suit closely, but wasn't sure when I wanted to hop in again. I mean, I feel like you would just wait for the bull flip on crypto, right? Crypto kind of took a harder hit than the market in a lot of ways, but it's gonna, yeah, I mean, it's gonna track the dollar value as well, right? There it is. That's the sound I was looking for. Maybe. Wait, no, is it the? I'm gonna get demonetized by fucking Nintendo. Yeah, that sounds like you. Okay. I thought so. I'm impressed with our ability to retain this uptrend. This is good shit. Do you think SI is in the four figures by now? No. Have you tried contacting YouTube to see if you can get paid in GME shares calls? I haven't, but I'll, I feel like maybe I'll try to reach out to them and see if I can make that happen. I'm waiting to buy GME under 105x leverage. Am I crazy? I mean, it doesn't look like it's happening right now. Can you look at Fubo $20 strike late Jan 23? Jesus, that fucking fell off hard. What happened? I used to own some of this. Do I still? Eh, accumulation. Yeah, probably. $20 might be a little high. I would maybe aim at like 15. I don't know what happened. Did they lose like licensing or something? Fucking value cratered. Yeah, I think GME has high short interest. What's my estimate? Probably like over 1x or 2x of the float. Technically, none because it's packed into derivatives and obscured from reporting. But as those if those derivatives spill out, then I think you'll start to see higher SI on GameStop. Most of the short interest on GameStop is through ETFs and synthetic, like market making synthetic shorts, naked shorting. True SI is like kind of capped, right, by the number of shares actually available to borrow, and then like anything beyond that is synthetic. How do those derivatives spill out? The people that own them blow up. What price point will it take to turn on the green filter? I'm not in the mood. I'm not. I don't know. We'll see. I'll think about it. I thought DN was 103, Max Payne 109. No, Max Payne was 103. DN was 99. Okay, so say there's a 200% SI. How much time do you think it would take to squeeze those? It could take a while, a few days. Max Payne's 103. 115 is like the break point for call put call ratio. So Melvin blowing up could cause this spill out. Yeah. So the expectation is up. Well, tomorrow's going to be interesting. It's the first day of overlapping FTDs. The third should be the big spillover of the ETF, any FTDs caused by futures that were in ETFs. So if future obligations were covered with borrowed shares from ETFs, then the third would be like the spillover for that. Remember, they can cover before then, though, and likely will. So the next like 4 days are very important. After that, we have overlapping FTDs. I don't know how significant they're going to be, but it could stabilize price action. But I expect the run sooner than that, and then yeah, nothing really consequential until Feb OPEX. Going 10% up doesn't activate SSR. What? What the fuck are you talking about? Somebody looking at the panic of 1907 when United Copper failed to squeeze. Some interesting stuff if you haven't looked into it. I think I've read about that in the past, but not recently. I might glance over it again. A lot of that's not applicable anymore, though. I think days to cover is 5 days now, according to someone with paid data. I mean, it's just fucking OPEX. Or, not OPEX, Ortex. I'm not a big fan of Ortex's data. There's a reason it's so fucking cheap. It's mostly the way they aggregate it, and I also think that they just like push indicators to sell their platform. What's actually interesting is if we break out of this upside trend. We can't go long on upticks now. Yeah, we can. Important note about 1907 is the Hines brothers were involved. Big Mayo failed to trigger the squeeze. I didn't jinx it. It had already failed when I drew the line. Get out of here. Are we expecting a big drop after this run up? Not huge, no. I expect us to retain about 50% of the gains over the course of the run. So if we test 150, I wouldn't expect us to drop lower than like 125, 120 in between the FTD exposure and the OPEC state. Still no signs on shift search or bearish plays. I have it open on my other screen, I know. Today's price action, do you think the T69 theory is valid? This is not the T plus 69 theory, right? It's just the T plus 69 theory ultimately didn't come to fruition because they stopped creating FTDs directly on GameStop and started creating them through ETFs. And so the count was off. But it is 69 days from the last run up, which is just when they occur, right? Because the run ups are quarterly and occur in a timely fashion. There's really nothing to read into it. It's just fun note. And sometimes it's like 67 or 70 because it's calendar days and weekends and holidays can shift it around. Why'd you break the outside? That's not how this works. Is there a reason you're beginning the line at that candle? That was like, so the peak here was a volatility spike. And there was actually more selling occurring here than buying. Hey, Girk, it's ETFs. Isn't that weird? I know. Move the line up. I like it where it's at. We can still see a trend within the larger trend, right? Like this can continue to act in a bullish fashion. The determination here though would be if we break into a new higher trend, right? Where's the exuberance line? We crossed it like right at market open. How'd you show gaps on this chart before? You have to use the regular candlesticks. There's gaps at 104 and 105. So midday, probably coming up. We could see a failure back down to this original trend line, maybe even back down to VWAP before continuing up in the later half of the day. The subtrade lines are scaring the stack. I'm not scaring anything. I didn't eat breakfast. But now that you mention it, I'm gonna go grab some. I'll be right back. Accomplished. Money, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson. Ooh, we have
Long Johnson.
It's a Long Johnson, oh yeah. Not quite as good as a billionaire. It's a Long Johnson, oh yeah. It's still better than all the corner shots. It's a Long Johnson, oh yeah. Now you can relax in the hot tub. It's a Long Johnson, oh yeah. Could've used this money on a zero DTE.
I don't know what you're talking about, salmonella. I'm playing this song at my wedding. My wife was walking down the aisle. I hope so. Could you into the microphone? I don't know. As usual, the music here is just banging. Also, 510 Gang sees you, and now I'm getting hungry for breakfast too. Booty Loops hug. These are fruity booties. I don't know what you're talking about, Pickle Morty. Weird. Trash Dan, I like my put entries the same way I like my men. Looking bearish, high volume, and ready to go down. That's really the best time for a put. Eat the microphone. This is good. We recovered at a higher trend. And so we're maintaining this like newer, stronger trend, which is bullish. Because we didn't come back down all the way to the original trend line and then bounce. So that means that we have buy volume or buy support here at this level. You're disgusting, Bones. Did you see the possible DD on DD into GME that goes into all the things you've talked about over the last several months without giving you any credit? No, I haven't. Is it any good? Delta neutral's at 99. Can you explain how the bid-ask spread is so fucking huge on GME without mentioning liquidity and volatility? Well, it's because of liquidity and the fact that the ask is, or the bid is slammed far more often than the ask, which drives them apart, right? It's not. It's just every 5%, regardless of DM or DN. Cool. I don't think Ryan Cohen has any idea what the price of the stack's going to end up at today. Because believe it or not, he's also not a time traveler. The crunching was baller. The milk droplets, gross. That was the best part. I almost got milk on my mic trying to create that sound effect for you. I'm looking for it to drop back below this line. What's the deal with 108? They don't want 110 calls going in the money. What kind of milk are we talking? Bull? Bull milk. We already determined it's very dangerous to try to milk bears. You're welcome, Smux. Just spoiler alert. Is it common for large public companies to have people departments that watch the stock, or is that just a component of, say, investor relations? That's a component of investor relations. Stop with the anti-bear milking fud. It's safe and fun. Nonsense. You can find plenty of bears to milk on Grinder. Probably. Could you rip the vape, lean back, pat your stomach, and go, that's bullish? No. Where did all the crying people go? We left them down at $98. Slow day. Who wants to play a game? Up to you, the curse of 370. If it's a good game, I'm in. I'm just gonna start playing TFT in the bottom left corner while we trade stocks. That way, everyone can get a real idea of what day trading's like. What strikes are you playing for 218? The only 218s I have left are 100 and 110. The hundreds are now in the money. The 110s, nah, they're up, but they're not. They're not that great. No, not Team Fortress. Ew. When people say day traders, do they actually never hold stocks overnight? It depends. Some of them are extremely strict with that rule. Others not so much. I know guys that won't hold stocks for 30 minutes. I know ones that will fucking bag hold until the end of the week. It really depends. But yes, generally day trading implies that you're not holding the stock overnight. Is it ever advised to buy weeklies? You can if you expect the stock to run, but you could also lose all the money that you spend on them. Spread from at the money to 200. That doesn't sound awful. TRF. I'm not sure. Look it up. Just Google it. Trade reporting, FINRA trade reporting facility. I'm not playing fucking Raid Shadow Legends. That game's stupid. Does your brother still watch the stream, or does he watch Matt Kors now? I don't think he's ever watched Matt Kors. Any truth to the rumor Citadel is no longer MM for GME? Where's the fucking proof for that? I've played poker in the past. There was like a 3-month period where I thought I would do it as a job, and then I realized it was boring as fuck. I mean, NYSE lists the DMMs for each stock. Where do these people pull these fucking theories out of? Why do people listen to them? Why do I have to hear about them? Don't tell me about this garbage. I don't hear about people's fucking opinions on Reddit. Can you call your new learning stream Boofonomics with Xerxes? No. Why don't they put the borrowable shares, pick the borrowable shares returned in the broker pools to drag the price down again? They don't want to borrow from the broker pools. Lending pool, not broker pool. A Citadel MM thing was entirely a hypothetical. OP didn't say this nor that, but was just asking if we would have any way of knowing. I mean, yeah, the NYSE has a list of the DMMs for each stock. Bloomberg article says 3,350 hedge funds have failed and shuttered in the last 5 years. Cool. Sounds about right. What are your thoughts on shares of inverse ETFs instead of puts? We know market is crashing, correcting eventually, right? It seems like a foolproof profits without worrying about an expiry. No, because those are those inverse ETFs, like the price only goes down. They're a depreciating asset. So even if you're just buying shares, you're still experiencing decay. Arguably on those, you're safer buying in the money calls than you are buying shares. Because the decay will be offset by the value of theta. Oh, we just did a little gap up. What is full color blocks and the sales order tab? Limit up, limit down. Limit up is green, limit down is red. By regular candlesticks? I don't know. We were looking at some bullshit with the gaps. Real ETF abuse is open-ended ETFs of custom basket creation units allowing non-pro rata creation and redemption using cash or like securities. Yeah, nailed it. New Ace Spy stays above 446. That was my thought process. Thanks for answering. Spy looks fine. I mean, technically, it's got about a month till SLD again. So, and more than that until the March Fed decision. So it could just run. New all time high. 500 before 400. Goddamn, stop asking me about the borrow rate. I already know it's up. It jumped up today. It's not above 10%. We don't care. It's important that it's going up, but that's about it. Anyone else want to play me? And is your idea that we buy options, which risk them with gamma exposure, which puts the price up, and then we see those margin candles? What is a wild guess at how much that price could jump? What? Today's around ETF FTDs or something else. There isn't really nothing else going on. You said that you expect this run to be finished until Feb OPEX. Feb OPEX is past 218, right? I expect the current run to be done by around Feb 8th. If not Feb 3rd. I don't really expect a lot of price action between now and OPEX other than that. But we'll see. There's a lot of potential because delta sensitivity is very high and a lot of hedging needs to be done. If they try to push GME back to the Russell 2000, would that cause more shares to be moved around, allow them to hide FTDs, reducing exposure on the cycles? I feel like that would cause more buying. GME would be more heavily weighted in the Russell 2000 and S&P 600 than it is currently in the Russell 1000 S&P 400. So that would mean ETFs would have to buy in, which would open up a larger pool of liquidity in the ETFs. I think YouTube cheated me on my sweet, sweet zillionaire new member song. Joined yesterday after hours. Let's make it happen. Thank you, Ihiki. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club too. For those brokerage shares, is there a time limit for when it's returned to when they can use them again? They just have to be returned the next day, and they can use them again the same day.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo.
What's going on, right, Sheepy?
Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
When do you anticipate the stock might bounce back into the 180 range? Possibly by OPEX. It could happen before then. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just less likely. I have an 18150C. Do you recommend rolling to further DTE? Which expiration date would you choose? I rolled all my febs out until I don't know what you have. I assume a feb 150. I rolled all my febs out to March, except for my 100s and 110s. That was just coffee. How do I join this nautical? You're already in it. We fell to the lower channel. Fucking midday consolidation. You want to exercise those 100 C's and get us going back up? I mean, ideally. Should we expect to see the resultant hedging of a 10% gain in after hours PM within the next T plus 2? I think. I think we're seeing the resultant hedging from Friday today. Can you even open League right now? I have no idea. No, I have to like update it, I think. Are their servers down? Anyone seeing the thumbs up cat pattern? Would you like a would you like lunch break closing times in the stock market, like any Asian stock markets? That'd be fucking awesome. Legend says that Pi-Fi is rocking a smash pink mohawk under the hat. No, everyone here has seen my hair repeatedly. I'm not dealing with this again. Stop trying to get me to take my hat off. I'm trying to figure out if the servers are down. Yeah, but it won't even let me onto the website to check if they're down or not. I mean, that's a pretty good indicator, right? XRT up 3% on the day. Cool. Do you think new T+0 plays a role in price action? It will if it's implemented. If 180 isn't expected until OPEX, the squeeze isn't in the cards this run up. 180 is not in the range to kick off MOASS, is how I'm thinking about it. If 180 isn't expected until OPEX, we could still hit 180 before OPEX. We don't know, right? And if a squeeze happens, it can happen from any price point. It's irrelevant. I'm down 90% on Feb 200s. If I roll, I lose 2/3 of my leverage. Does it make sense to ride out the cycle to the 8th, hoping I can recover some funds? I mean, if you haven't rolled already, then you have to account for the theta decay that you're going to incur. So break out your options calculator, pop a muff. I've never seen your hair in my life. I'm not convinced you even have a forehead under there. That's absurd. Of course I don't have a forehead. Squeezes are never inevitable. Likely, but not inevitable. Has your FTD theory changed? No. What's the theory? What do you hold on? What do you think the theory is, Gil? The entire DD just points out when FTDs are due. It's not really a theory so much as it is a bunch of due dates. Why does everyone keep bringing up 180? 180, while a nice support resistance line is nothing to them, they keep running it up to 249. The 250 mark is what we should care about. Yeah. I mean, that's the upper resistance we care about. But 180 is a significant resistance to the downside. The screen cap of the perm was what convinced me to come to the stream in the first place. That's disappointing. I've been 4 minutes behind watching the stream for who knows how long. Only you. Thanks, Random Dude 4. Is there more exposure during the ETF FTD or OPEX? It's a good question. OPEX will have more direct buying, especially if we continue up into OPEX. Thoughts on today's price action? Is this the beginning of the exposure window, or is that tomorrow? Some of it's today. This could also be hedging from last Friday. The exposure should be like the FTDs from December 21st should be pretty volatile. Like it should be kind of like a big dump of volume all at once. They might do it slowly, which is fine too, but running out of time. $180 is above Mini Ape's average. It should be above everyone's average now. After we just spent 2 weeks trading at $100. Serious question, what do you think the GME community needs or needs to have a better understanding of? Interesting. I don't know. It feels pointless to comment on Johnny A because there's always going to be people that want to believe the conspiracy theories, and then there's going to be people that are interested in like the actual market mechanics and have a more cynical outlook. I don't think you'll ever differentiate those two, and so there's really nothing you could add that would be of any benefit at this point. A better understanding of the markets, and possibly an urge to research things themselves instead of taking things tagged as DD as explicit truth. MACD just crossed on the daily, I think. Cool. We're from 210 to 99 thanks to this dip. Triple down. Call me DFV. Congratulations, win food stamps. Yeah, they also need to believe that not everything relates to GME. That there would be an FTD pileup due to ETF FTDs, plus the failure to roll of the futures. I mean, we saw the FTD pileup from the FTDs last week when we broke out on Wednesday. The ETF FTDs, I mean, this is only the second point of confirmation for those. The first point of confirmation for those was in November. We have some evidence of it occurring in the past, but ETF FTDs before June were always so minimal that it really didn't, like, it shows up, but it shows up at a very slight degree, not nearly as extensive as the run on November 3rd. So this will be our second point of proof of ETF FTDs and their effect. A school saga, we're going to have live vids. I don't care about the content, but I need to be able to shitpost appropriately. Maybe. All of the shares back at IBKR. Any update on Fidelity? Any puts coming in? They done shorting for the day? I mean, possibly. It could just mean they're done covering for the day. No puts coming in. April 120 is very minimal though. And those look sold. Yeah. Nothing significant. And all the shares are not back at IBKR. IBKR has 300,000 shares back. But if they'd returned all the shares, the borrow rate would have dropped. I don't think you're timed out, Gil. How are my Feb 18 170s up less than the stock today? Feb 18 170s up less than the stock today. When did you buy them? Theta? They're also 170s. Why would they be up equivalent to the stock? Feb 18 170s have a delta value of 0.13. So it's not like they're gonna their movement is gonna correspond to the price movement of the underlying. They are up 7% today. Damn. That's a big wall of red. But all I mean the 300K grabbed this morning. Okay. The cost average for AMC is 57. Do you think it's a good idea to sell my 0.027 shares for a loss? Or keep it for the smug satisfaction of owning more than AMC? More AMC than their CFO? That's up to you. Nope. Faded Decay's a bitch. Will your new channel teach people how to buy low and sell high? Eventually. I think first it's going to focus on the basics. What are options? What are stocks? Orders and order types. Things like that. It'll move on into more complex things as time goes on, but initially just a place to answer simple things. Would you be open to another collab? There's a channel called Macro After Dark that espouses the importance of using derivatives to ignite MOASS and gives you credit for your work. Cool. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Sure. I don't really know that much about them. Is the new channel solely you creating a channel for education out of your own enjoyment? For the craft of education slash YouTube slash stocks, or is it for school business project outside of personal interest? It's just I want to have a place to refer people to where there'll be, transparent, readily available, and easy to understand information without, like most sources of financial data are all attached, or like information about trading or the markets are attached to like trading systems, or somebody selling like an investment idea, and it's just a bit disingenuous, and I don't like that. And also I get asked a lot of like questions that should be easily answered elsewhere, but they're not. And I feel like it's good to just get all that in one place that I can refer people to. Where the fuck is School of Stock? The link is in the description. I know the borrow rate's at 3%. There. Hopefully that'll stop people saying that. Thoughts on paid courses? Waste of fucking money. 100% of the time. If they're charging you to teach you about the stock markets, it means that they're not making money in the stock markets with the system they're trying to teach you. It is 3%. Meet Kevin sells his courses for thousands of dollars. Yeah, that's lame. Chat getting more bearish as the price goes down. Yep. Update this. That's better. Why do you trade cat so often? It's been channel locked, and highly profitable. Kind of effed up. Anyone who could teach you about making money with the market is too busy doing it and has no incentive to teach you besides altruism. Essentially, yeah. I also don't think that people who, I feel like people who learn systems for trading ultimately end up worse off because a system only works under certain market conditions. And when those market conditions change, that system can fall apart. And then you're left basically not knowing what you're doing. Whereas just general education can teach someone how to build a system and how to adapt that system for changes in the market. And they can personalize it to their own investment goals and, you know, strategies that they prefer, their own market psychology. There's so many factors that come into building a trading system that it's much better to know how to build one than just to learn someone else's. Fuck off, trash. How significant do you think the buy pressure will be in the next few days? Just wondering what price point I should expect to close my options at. If it's possible to make ballpark estimates. We have important upside levels that should be watched at 115, 120, 150, 180. I'd prefer to have a source of information where people can learn to fish rather than be given a fish. What is channel locked? Man. So Cat has been trading within the same band of price action for the last few months. This is due to uncertainty. Primarily, it's due to uncertainty. Today was a bit of an excessive drop. It's actually probably closer to there. But it seems to recover. Like there's plenty of buy pressure at this lower level. And so it's just kind of been bouncing up and down. And you can play the bottom and top of each of these dips and runs, and it's profitable. That's all. It's pretty simple. Buy at the low, sell at the high. Works on a lot of stocks if you can identify it. It tends to be a better that type of trend tends to work better on bigger blue chip stocks that have, you know, fairly stable floors. Thanks. I thought 150 was at least possible, but I wanted a sanity check. Good to know I'm not completely delusional. Gherk, our word and savior. Thank you, Modern Renovator. Daniel Rock. We made a Dan baby. Praise Lady VWAP. And could you bring back Grey Cat? I've been writing her letters, but I don't think they're getting through. Maybe the person isn't finding the right Wendy's dumpster with her responses. She's been getting them, Daniel. Yeah. What's the largest you've been burnt by a non-TA event on a stock? Like horrible news on a company CEO, babies getting eaten by Peloton treadmills, etc. Usually like, I mean, it doesn't happen often, but it's happened. When I was day trading, which really now I'm swing trading because I can't actively day trade on the stream. But when I was day trading, I would say that it did happen occasionally, but as long as your risk is like your risk tolerance is set tight, like you're not going to get burned too hard on anything. Have I had shit like gap down on me when I was playing the long side? Yeah, that's unfortunate, but it happens once in a while. But you know, the way to protect yourself there is to, you know, not put all your capital into one play. So if you've got $25,000 in your account, like you probably wouldn't want to put more than 2,500 into any one play, and then you'd want to like a risk tolerance of 2% probably. Can we assume with any degree of certainty that they will inevitably push the price below max pain each day after it has little runs? I mean, they'll try. Max pain's at 103 though, so we're looking okay. Moving into the later afternoon is usually when we start to see some more dark pool activity dump out onto the market. 52% of our volume earlier was in dark pools. Bar rate at 3%. My son is awful. Thanks, Dr. Dank's mom. Don't buy cat. They sell their bulldozers to Israeli settlers to bulldoze Palestinian homes. Pretty sure they just sell their bulldozers to anybody who wants to buy them. how does a company like cat get channel locked like that? Indecisiveness in the market. Buyers are afraid to buy it too high. Sellers really kind of drop off around the 195 mark. So, and buy pressure picks up, and it's just indecision. Long-term valuation on it is questionable due to issues in China, with construction on a downturn, but you also have the infrastructure bill here in the US, which pumps quite a lot of money into Caterpillar. And so it kind of just creates a period of indecision where the value of the stock is uncertain. And that's a great time to make money. You can make money in a period like that through short options by selling theta. You can make money playing the up and downside. There's a lot of opportunity if the price is locked in a tight formation like that. It becomes very predictable. Seems like the focused effort to keep us below DN speaks to how damaging us closing above DN is to their position during this period. Thoughts? I don't really think they're trying to keep us below delta neutral. We're already above it. They've been trying to keep us below delta neutral because it has been risky. But again, they can only do that for so long. Many of the puts that were in place fell off last Friday. Most of the puts for this week are sold. So it's, the options market is stabilizing and seeing a bullish reversal. So 90% of my savings should not be in GMA. I mean, that's up to you, right? I have a significant portion of my money in GameStop as well. Most of that I consider just a long play. Um, if there is a squeeze, obviously I'll capitalize on it, but um, it's a planned investment, right? I like buying $1 blue chip contracts because they never get read. GME FTDs are out. Has anyone dug into it yet? I'll dig into it later. I'm not super concerned at the moment. There's not any significant number of FTDs I was specifically looking for in the January 1st through 15th time period. Board keeps bouncing up. VWAP, well, it's increasing. Got to be bullish. The VWAP bounce is bullish. It's our second one today. It's a very nice recovery. It's definitely at this point considered confirmed. We'll see if it continues up. Usually later in the day, like about an hour from now, 30 minutes, we'll start to see some action from dark pool dumps. Parafi is actually at 2.9394. I don't care. Okay, I'm just gonna start timing people out who talk about the borrow rate. Is XRT still on the threshold list? As far as I'm aware, yeah. Thoughts on the tweet about Goldman front running the stock and causing a market crash? I don't know. Sounds like bullshit. Cap March or further out? I like to buy like monthlies or quarterlies. So March or April probably. That way I don't, because it moves slow and I don't want to pay for any additional theta. Like minimal cost for theta. How does a person know if they're timed out or not? I think it tells you in the chat bubble. Can you describe what a stock and shorting is? Maybe. What do you think of dividend stocks? I'm not actually a big fan, but if we go into a recession, they become a bit more valuable. I prefer growth. I really don't like dividends very much. I have some dividend stocks. I have REITs, which I prefer to most dividend stocks. And then I do have some stocks that also pay dividends, but it's not my favorite. Can you start doing TA on other stocks, especially if you don't care about GME FTDs or the borrow rate? I do TA on other stocks. Do you think they will cover FTDs in chunks or throughout the next 8 days? Do you think they will cover all at once? Which one of us benefits us more? I mean, if you have options, it's better if they cover all at once because that will bump IV. Goddamn, fuck you, Carl. You son of a bitch. I'm timing you out. What are my expectations for AMD earnings? I'm probably going to buy like 120 January 2023s. I might buy them now, actually. 115? Oh, gotta look at the pricing on these. $20 a share. By like, I'm gonna pick up 25. You know what? I'll just buy 100s. I'll pick up 25 100 Jan 2023s. How do you have so much money? I don't. What are you talking about? It's money. First of all, it's money I had from the 120s that I sold when we hit 145 on AMD. It's definitely not from being a YouTube influencer. Check DMs. Frog and I are onto something. Oh god. What's this? Nothing to see here. I mean, I see some stuff there. Ooh. When's the ex-dividend date? Fuck. Wait, that's already paid, right? Petition March 20th. This is for the borrow rates, I assume. Interesting. Borrow rates could get quite high in that amount of time. Not GameStop. They're just digging into some shit with XRT. Don't forget we saw him turn 10,000 into $10,040 before our very eyes in November. The man's a money printer. Can MOASS drive some chunks of the approximately 50 trillion stock market into GMA? Yeah, it's possible. It has nothing to do with the bar rate in the ETF. Can we talk about how bullish we are for this fab? Moderately bullish. Sony halted? The fuck? Damn, Sony ripped. Curious. Wonder why. What news would halt Sony? Yeah, I know. Sony took a nosedive when Microsoft announced the buyout of Activision. But I don't understand the halt. Hmm. Interesting. PS5's in stock. No, Jimmy's definitely not acquiring Sony. Yeah, it's not a little halt. It's just a halt. Step by say hi. Crazy seeing your viewer numbers this high. How many people are here? Oh, wow. That's a lot. Cool. Generally speaking, how far in the money do calls go before they start acting like the underlying? As their delta approaches one, they act more and more like the underlying stock. Sony net profit projected down 29%. Interesting. They can halt for all kinds of shit. What's up, Alex? Welcome to the stream. Half of the viewers in here never hit the like button. Well, half of the viewers in here just hate watching the stream, right? It's okay. It makes sense. Thoughts on long-term fundamentals of XRT? You mean of just retail? Probably not great. I sold a Tesla put at 870 earlier. Congratulations, Farmer Jed. Is hate watching the stream like following my ex-girlfriend on Instagram? Yes. I watched the stream every day for 6 months and I still haven't remembered to subscribe. What even is YouTube? These are good questions. Cinnamon pine cone. That's awesome. 2,700 watching, 2K like, 50% equals bad math. Is it? I don't even know what it's at. Yeah, it's like plenty of people like the stream. Did you comment on the new T0 platform? What? What T0 platform? EA Sony acquisition? No idea. Any thoughts on UWMC for dividend stock? I wrote it for a while, but dumped it. Maybe a re-entry point. I'm bag holding a bunch of it. You want to bag hold a bunch of it too? It's got like a nice dividend. I don't know. It's undervalued. It should be worth more like $15 a share, but it's also heavily shorted. Will you ever get celebrity guests? I want to see PewDiePie. Just go to his channel and watch him. If Sony is halted on that low price movement, they must have some announcement coming. Yeah, it's got to be something big. I didn't take my hubby to the doctor. What did I miss? We went up a bunch and then we went down. And now we're up a little from that. This has been the 1 o'clock update for GameStop. What do you know about MMAT? Enough that I don't care about it. I'd be excited if Jimmy suddenly halts as well. I would prefer it just goes up and then halts. So you're saying I should just talk in a really deep voice all the time? I feel like my voice is already pretty deep. Carl asked me to tell you that the borrow rate is up to 3%. You motherfuckers. Tell Carl that's it. I'm canceling dinner this weekend. No fruity pebbles for Carl. I opened an account on Thursday, about 25, April 14, 110. I'm up $14,000 today. Too bad it's a practice account. Yeah, that's sad. Look at search, shift search, deep in the money put spot. Ooh, very deep in the money puts. 30 of them. Probably just trying to prevent the breakout at 105. Here, maybe. Yeah, those were bought relatively recently. We've already seen the effect of those. Are those bought? Hold on, let me double check that. 41.75. Yeah, they're probably just bought. Sony Interactive Entertainment to buy Bungie for 3.6 billion. Video game frenzy out there. Awesome. All the video game companies are consolidating. This will definitely be good for the future of gaming. Not. How many people are you sharing Fruity Pebbles with? I don't know what you're talking about. No one. Might be a dumb question. Is GME the most manipulated stock you've ever traded? No. It's up there. Lots of stocks are just as manipulated. I mean, if you go play like penny stocks, those are super fucking manipulated. Way more so than GameStop. Any OTC stocks. Don't miss the 1269 song today. I have to find it. It's like a lot of work. Then why bother with Jimmy? Why? Because it's not the most manipulated stock I've ever seen. It seems like a odd reason to not buy GameStop. Possibly. Sometimes, like if there's an intraday announcement, they'll halt a stock. I rolled my position today. Not quite enough money to do what I want, but I sold Feb 18 180 and 200 for March 4th 140 C with a small amount of additional cash. Data would slow down if we reach 140. Yeah, if it goes in the money, the theta decay slows down. Ko-Fi. Intern Carl said you need to be kept up to date on the buy rate. It's currently 3%. As always, let us know if you need any additional support. Thanks, BlackRock. And the money leaps are amazing, but I can only afford them on cheap stocks. It sounds like they're not that amazing then. What are your thoughts on sell to close on GME days like today, where there's chop for 500 to 1,000 doll hairs, and then get back in on the droppy? What? Like selling on the little tiny bump we saw earlier today? I guess it would depend on your strikes. You could, but then what if it keeps going up? Sony's buying Bungie. Yeah, I heard. God, I wish the news would stop coming out today. Borrow rate and Sony buying Bungie. We get it. We know what's going on. Just assume that when you come in here, everyone knows what's happening in the markets. I volunteer as a tasty snack tribute. Peking duck? God, I still need to go to Chinatown to get some of that. Fuck. Is anybody in New York? Is it still cold out? What's the temperature? I can't tell. $29? That's not too bad. What does this settlement look like for GME? How do they determine price of settlement? Fuck are you talking about? Okay, I went out about 2K worth of fishing gear. I'm still waiting on my fishing lessons. You said you'd teach us to fish, and so far I've only caught myself on the line. You're getting there. I'm just determining if I'm going to make a trip out later today or not. Sony News is they're buying Bungie. Yep. Ugh. Is it possible we have a cart before the horse situation? Could the runs come after them covering FTDs and Dick snapping back rather than them covering FTDs? Yeah, that's possible. I assume you're saying if they internalize it. Nice try, trash. Um, what's Sony's borrow rate? Who gives a shit? Why would you chase Sony after a halt? Cause greedy. We're looking through ETF data from 1 through 14. Pretty much every ETF with GMIT that I looked at has really nice flaring of its FTDs in that time period. Yeah, FTDs are still going up. Man, I am tired as fuck. Someone's selling 540 puts? Why does it show up on shift search but OI doesn't change? Someone's buying them. Do you sleep on your side, back, or tummy? Both. When does XRT FTDs do? Every day. They're on the threshold list. Strawberry Twizzlers is the only kind of licorice that should exist. Agreed. Just no licorice. Did you miss tool 69 again? I did not. Oh, wait, I did. Snap. Gabe Plotkin opened a new fund. Smart. I wonder how he's going to get investors. I don't think the market's going to tank. Market looks good today. It's still climbing. 450 by end of day. Maybe. It better be called Plotkin's Picks. You know, you see this a lot. It's like you'll see these like bright, shiny star funds. And they'll beat the market for like 5 years by like 30%. And then they'll fail, lose billions. And then they'll open a new fund. Where they just trade real safe and beat the market by like 8%. And this is just what they do for the rest of eternity because they'll never be this guy again. This will haunt them for 10 years. That's why he offshored all that money so he can funnel it into the new fund. I found Melvin's investor presentation. It's so funny. Direct quote, stock, sector, and portfolio risk considerations integrated into every step of the investment management process. I mean, it's not hard to pitch a fund, right? Because like 99% of the people you're pitching it to don't know what the fuck you're talking about. They're just like, you're going to make this money into more money. And they're like, sure, but you'll never see your initial investment back because I'll hold on to it forever. And that's it. I read that kissing using his clients all profitable again, which means no incentive fees. Yeah. Easier to start a new fund. Yeah, but it's a bearish Dorito. I'm going to tell you guys all something that'll probably stop a lot of this Sony talk. Sony buying Bungie is bad for GameStop. There, I said it. What do you mean, why? GameStop's coming out with an NFT video game platform, and all of the fucking video game publishing houses are consolidating all over the place. Buying up all the devs. And fucking Microsoft just bought Activision. GameStop's buying Bungie, or Sony's buying Bungie. It's not good. They're buying up all the IP. Yeah. These buyings happening to hurt GameStop, or is it coincidence? I mean, I feel like I've mentioned this before. If GameStop's platform presents a threat to their income or publishing services, they will do everything in their power to stop it. GameStop has a deal with Microsoft as a retailer. Sony can't beat an army of degenerates. Sony already does directly sell video games. So does Microsoft. Although I'm not going to lie, the Sony buying Bungie thing really feels like a big fuck you to Microsoft. Blizzard hasn't made a good game in years. Neither is Activision, actually. Can Baba buy us? Yeah. Isn't Destiny like one of the highest grossing, like the highest grossing games right now? Yeah, it's pay to win. That's why they bought it. What the fuck? You're saying that like it's a bad thing. This isn't fucking our gaming, all right? This is a stock market channel. Games that are pay to win. Good stuff. Well, sometimes trash. Virtual Hedge Fund Manager 2022. Hedge Fund Simulator. All of you fuckers would play that. Greg, I've spent $500 on Candy Crush and I can't escape. They're threatening to repo my car. Oh well. We can make money without making the world worse. Yeah, but who's to say that the other side of that trade's not going to just make the world worse with the same money? Money, it doesn't. There is no ethical capitalism. How do you feel about an entry into puts on Airbnb now that they're over 150 again? Maybe, but I'd want them to be pretty far dated. If you're going to participate in a broken system by actively trading or investing in the stock market, then you are culpable for all of the damage created by that system. Liable. Okay. You can disagree, but it doesn't make you right. I'm participating, but not well. They won't. It's been proven over and over that they make far more money off of games where they make the game and then sell it in pieces over the course of several years than they do off just releasing a single title. And then they just rebrand and re-release the same game again, keeping their development costs very low. How am I pulling a Matt Kors? Matt Kors doesn't understand macroeconomics. Can they internalize ETF FTDs? Yeah. There's a lot of them though. It's very expensive. Very, very expensive. Probably won't do it. Have you discussed the news concerning Queen Elizabeth II launching her own brand of condiments today? But really? Why? They already have tons of money. I just bought this Palestine and Cat's stock price didn't even go up at all. Can you explain internalizing a bit? Is it something done by market makers? Yes. Which of these companies buying GameStop would be a big deal? Amazon, Baba, or Walmart? Amazon. Maybe Walmart. I don't think Baba's going to buy GameStop. I couldn't really see Walmart doing it. Rihanna launched a male lingerie line. What? How do I invest in this? I just found my new sponsor. Of course you do, Han. Easiest way is to buy some and wear it on stream as advertising. Of course. But I want to be given it for free and then advertise it. Someone informed me over the course of the weekend that I wasn't taking advantage of my sphere of influence. And what better way to begin taking advantage of that influential power than by shilling Rihanna's male lingerie? What's your PO box? We'll make this happen. It's for a stream card. I mean, you guys do what you do. It actually has the 5% gain has nothing to do with delta neutral. That's just how much needs to be hedged based on the delta sensitivity. Gherk banana hammock, but like, no, more in line with the channel. Like a pickle something. Pickle pouch. There we go. The fuck is that? All right. I don't want to check your DMs, Smooth. I already have GME dark pool statistics. Okay, that's my favorite movie, Fluffiosa. You need to do it right. You can do better than this. Are they both me? Who's the other person? Thank you, Butter Peanut. Is your favorite movie Face Off? No, it's not. Big put candle on shift search if you haven't seen it. Cool. $2.5 million spent on deep in the money puts. That's what I like to see. Fear. I saw Face Off when it first came out. I was, how old was I? I was like 10. And the Irish cowboy. Nicolas Cage saying, I had no idea what he was talking about. But to this day, that is how I define a sexual predator. I only like Clueless because Paul Rudd's in it, right? Is Paul Rudd in Clueless? Who's in Clueless? Paul Rudd was in Clueless. Gone in 60 Seconds is without a doubt Nicolas Cage's best film. Or National Treasure. I mean, Gone in 60 Seconds has fucking Giovanni Ribisi. Vinnie Jones. I mean, Con Air is pretty good too. You know, people give Nicolas Cage a lot of shit. Okay, The Rock's amazing as well. But he actually has some great movies. I mean, he's always Nicolas Cage in them, which is unfortunate, but Lord of War was a good movie. Not his best. I mean, they bought deep in the money puts and it's effectively stabilized price action. Um, Gone in 69 seconds. Did we have this conversation before? Probably. I would never have a sleepover with Trey Trades. I would want to spend all night snorting Adderall and filming YouTube videos. I should go from a nap, and I dreamed to smash through 115 today. I never dream about GME. That's probably a good thing. What's T plus 69 from the previous earnings and its implications? What the fuck are you talking about? There's no T plus 69. It's just 69 calendar days from the last run is today, from the November run. It just lines up. If you measure any one part of the cycle to another, it will have a distinct measurement, and then you can use that measurement on all the cycles because they all follow the same pattern. set a stop limit on TDA for my options call. The price dipped and it didn't fill. Why? I don't know what you did. You did something wrong, probably. That doesn't sound right. Huh. I feel like that should be higher. Melvin's long only fund is buying into GameStop. If you think that anyone who invests in the market is fully complicit with negative impact of the market, do you think that anyone who drives a car is complicit with climate change? I mean, yeah. Right? Like, you obviously don't care that much. Are you farming your food? Thanks, Noah, for dropping that factual science bomb on us. We appreciate it. Great. Now we got climate change deniers in here. It's the internet. We're going to have deniers of pretty much everything. Yeah, more people does contribute to climate change, and that's something we should think about. Was the moon landing fake? Probably not. Could I have a birthday party for my cat on Friday? He's 18. No, but happy birthday to your cat. Earth is just a chunk of pineapple on a giant pizza. Couldn't have said it better myself. Do you think everything in the world is a scam? It seems like it, for the most part. If it doesn't start off as a scam, it becomes one. Any tickers you recommend to do PMCCs on? Like, are you trying to learn how to do them? Apple's usually considered a good one. Although with market instability right now, it could be risky. Can you put bipolar bear 722 in timeout? Yeah, I could probably handle that. Ford's another good one. Ford's usually pretty stable. GE, I think, is one that people like to do cover calls on a lot. Nokia is super stable. Yeah, it is, but yeah, it's pretty stable. Massive float. Tons of high frequency trading though. I have a bunch of Nokia. The CCs are worthless. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. Yeah, there's just not a lot of money to make there. It's but for practice, it's not terrible. Happy Lunar New Year, Paula. May the year of the tiger slaughter all the bears. What's up? I've made a lot of money strangling Apple in the past. It's profitable. When I was 669, we're coming for you. I'm coming for that copy of the Constitution. Grab your bedpost and prepare for war. Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Benjamin Franklin Gates. Does the consolidation of gaming companies change the nature or direction of the original DD from 2020? I think everything in the last year has changed a lot of the direction of the original DD. The Dans have been acquired by Sega. Dreamcast for MOASS. Figures. Sellouts. I wouldn't call it a Long Johnson. It's a slight improvement in price. A close at 97 today would be disastrous. I don't think we're closing at 97. I don't know why it would be a concern. Ugh. Yeah, we've been above delta neutral all day. I need like water or something. I'm not like, I don't know. No, it's not MOASS. I just want to get some water. Chill the fuck out. What are you going on about, Kensington Gryffindor? Like this environment hater drinking water out of plastic bottles. I don't give a shit about the environment. I'll be dead before it matters. And no, I don't care about future generations. I heard you explaining where the bar rate is going. So fuck off, Bob. Boo. Why? That's the great thing about not having offspring. Even more deep in the money puts, they're burning millions. Well, they're burning money. It looks expensive. Why is this coming as a shock to people? I've made my views on nature very clear. It's not like I'm doing anything to actively destroy it. It's not like I go down to the dump and burn old air conditioners on the weekend or start tire fires in my yard. You need at least one child so they can take care of you when you get old. No, just pay someone to do that. It's probably more reliable. You're missing out, man. Don't you dare tell me what to do, hey Steve. So many weird conversations in the chat today. I can't follow them all. Who would have ever thought this was so divisive? Ten years ago, did you ever think you'd have one of the most popular YouTube channels in existence? No, and I still don't. I do a fair part to keep this channel unpopular. I try my best. All the 14-year-olds on Reddit must think you're really cool and edgy. They do. That's why they're in here. God. I like that the person I've pissed off today the most is FTDs. Plans to acquire Bruce's channel. We're just gonna seller box it. If you guys came here for a positive guiding light, I don't know what you're doing. You should watch Matt Coors. I just like money. The theta cost on children is way too high. Kids pay a good dividend only if you don't like end up with a shitty one. Then they just keep costing money, right? Yeah, end up with a kid that like you spend all this money and you send him to college and he's like, Dad, I really want to be a philosophy major. Then you're fucked. He got his PhD in philosophy, but he doesn't like to teach. The best part about right now is I'm throwing shade really hard at one particular person. The whole conversation is about someone saying that acting in self-defense is not violent. I mean, if you run away, it's not. Have I ever consumed drugs? Basically, anytime I've ever gone to a hospital. Do you think finance degrees are worthless? What's your expectation for one? I like turtles too. Thanks for that, ZQ. How many Four Locos would it take for you to get on a slip and slide in Chico? Probably just one. Just got out of a meeting. Name is all over the chat again. Did someone assign me more wives, or is it something new this time? It's something different, Zakir. What are you fucking carrying on about, Smooth? Why do you just make these statements? Like CEOs have legal avenues that if they have proof that their stock is being abused in the market. What's your point? What do you hope to accomplish by reiterating that? No, the 3% bar rate isn't significant. What's significant is that it went up. Climate change will definitely affect your life within the next 15 to 20 years. I know. What's your point? DN's at 99, Max Payne's at 103. What borrow rate would be significant to you? Double digits. No, good guy, Greg. I just have a different data set. I have their like premium NBBO order book, so that's why the candles look different. These put leaps seem like they're part of a variance swap or just suppression of a run in the price for today at a big price tag. That's a good question. I don't know. Yeah, borrowable shares don't really tell us a lot. We can see demand through borrowable shares, but the borrow rate is far more important. Because the borrow rate continuously going up means a number of things. Not only does it mean GameStop's being borrowed in greater numbers and there's more of a demand, it also, if it's not dropping overnight, means that the shorts are being held. I have all these comments in chat. I bash for mine. Well, Smooth, you just say things, and I'm not sure what the purpose of them is sometimes. Like I assume that you're high as fuck and just spouting shit off that you read in a news article, but I'm curious as to what the motivation is. Like, do you think that after all this time we're not aware that CEOs can take action to stop the shorting of their stock? You know what else we're aware of? That GameStop's not taking those actions. From a TA standpoint, we look at like a double bottom bounce. Slow. You think they're buying these in the money puts to capitalize if there's a huge IV spike? No, they're buying in the money puts to short the stock. The OI is up. It's been going up all day. So to sum it up, do you expect a run up from ETF FTDs just like November 3rd? Yeah. What's the largest borrow rate percent you've seen? And do you remember what the SI was of said stock? I've seen it get pretty high. I don't remember the SI though. I've seen it like over 100%. A limit order is an order set at a specific price. A stop loss is a triggered market order. A stop limit is a triggered limit order, and a trailing stop and a trailing stop limit are a trailing trigger market order and a trailing triggered or a conditional trailing conditional limit order and trailing conditional market order. I keep my boat moored in a public marina. When moved to yacht club. That's so sad. Uh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Riku Suave. I mean, there's no better time than now. You think the talk about interest rates is overblown? I think the need for an interest rate is kind of ridiculous. This has been mostly delta hedging so far today. Probably. There's not a lot of like FTDs due today, so I don't think we're seeing a lot of FTD price. We have some, but not a lot. 68 more days before new SEC rules in effect. 68 more days of dark pools. I don't think the SEC rules get rid of dark pools. That doesn't, I don't think that would happen. I don't have an estimate for FTDs tomorrow. I don't know. Like, Bob was the one who started estimating FTDs. If you want to know about his estimates for FTDs, you can go look. I think the majority of them on Feb 1st, 3rd, and 8th. See you later, critical hits. Thanks, Bob. No hedge funds haven't sent me death threats. If they have, they haven't been very well crafted. I got a job offer for 25K a year more than where I'm currently at. I decided today I'm going to take it, but buy more GME. Congratulations, Jeff the Privileged. Did you tell David? He's going to be very upset. Why do the new SEC rules actually do? Will we see any change? I don't know. I haven't read it. I don't care about it for 68 more days. I am very upset. Good to know, David. Thanks for sharing. What food do you think is underrated? Are there any foods that are underrated? I have to think about this. Underrated food. And pineapple piece is definitely overrated. Falafel is not underrated. People love all of the things you guys are saying. People love. I have to think very hard about this. This is difficult. This is the hardest question I've ever been asked. Do people not love black coffee? I appreciate your general skepticism. It's probably best confirmation bias I have because it means Jamie was vetted through your cynical prism and you're bullish as fuck on the stock. Thanks, yo, banana boy. Pineapple tart? No, I haven't. Rockfish could be underrated. I want to say mackerel. Mackerel is underrated. As a sushi, especially. Or sashimi. If it's fresh and they burn it with a tiny torch, it's actually phenomenal. It still tastes overly fishy, but it's very good. I feel like that's a thing that's universally hated that people just haven't had made well. You're incorrect. Can eat raw fish after seeing an episode of Monsters Inside Me. Ringworms. They have pills for that. What was the quote you said before? The stock market is mathematics that runs on emotions. Yeah, probably something like that. I don't remember what I said. I'll put it in my book. Garrett, can you look at VSTO earnings? Is on 3rd of Feb. Curious your thoughts are a potential play. They're acquiring new companies are 1450 below their all-time high from Jan 1st. What do they do? Manufacture outdoor sports and recreation. This can't be that valuable. Looks like they just tanked with the market. It'll probably recover. I'd look at like 40 for the next resistance to the upside, but it looks like it's just going to turn around with the market. I don't know if they're going to hit their all-time high again, but there's like a $5 range there that looks pretty decent. Fish sticks with tartar sauce is amazing. As is grilled cheese with tomato soup. Not Campbell's tomato soup. That shit's disgusting. Raw fish is definitely better than cooked fish. Cooked fish is gross. How is day trading possible with settlement times? What do you mean? Settlement's T+2. Settlement for options is T+1. And if you have an account with $25,000 or more in it, there's no settlement times. You just keep trading. You just have to have margin, but also you don't trade your entire account value at once. What was the biggest loss you ever took while trading? Oh, my current GME options play is nearing it. Although unrealized. Realized loss, lost like 50 something thousand on Tesla before on options. In stock like 10,000. Both of them were like unexpected gap downs due to news, but biggest win Tesla, like low to mid six figures. Before taxes. Your Theranos calls not play out. I never had any. How much did you lose rolling your 218s? It was like 48,000 something. Are there any tickers you're negative on for all time? Oh yeah. No, I don't go back and just keep playing the same thing over and over again because I made money on it unless I see the same potential. Like Cat, I'll keep playing because I keep seeing the same potential for that turnaround to occur. Um, but yeah, there's definitely companies I've just lost money on and never recouped the losses, nor do I give a shit. Like UWMC, just a big money sink. I lost like 7 grand over there, and then probably more on my. I don't even want to look at the price anymore. One day, my covered calls and dividends will pay for the stock, and then I'll sell it. Anything spicy? We had a nice run earlier. Now we seem to be having a bit of trouble with 107.41. When you have a big drop as last week, how do you manage your rolling? Start from out of the money first? Yeah, usually. I mean, I kind of just do it all at once. It doesn't take very long. I rolled all of my contracts in like 3 or 4 minutes, I think. Last Wednesday when we started to slip. I was out of them like $7 or $8 before we hit bottom. And then I started buying back in for March. How do you calculate resistance points? Like the lines? It's based on historical support and resistance. They're just horizontals. There's no calculating them. You just fucking draw a line. What wild animal would you tame and keep as a loyal companion if you could? Giraffe? No. Would I want a giraffe? Maybe like a raccoon. I feel like I would like raccoons. Or maybe like a large cat. Except that seems like kind of a pain in the ass. So maybe like a medium cat. As long as it won't kill me. Is it perfectly tame? Does it use a litter box? Why don't you ever get in early on the BBIG pump and dump? I don't know. Because I don't want to bag hold it for weeks on end waiting for it to run again. Seriously, thanks for all you do, brother. I'm not valuable for myself and others. Thank you, waning patience. Popular opinion, Jimmy about to test 110. Cup and handle? I wonder what other stocks are doing today. BBBY had a weird day. What's a DDS up to? Ooh, nice. Palantir up 6.5%. Hold on. Nope, still worthless. Cool. Piece of shit. I like Palantir long term, but I don't like Palantir, if that makes any sense. I still have $20 leaps on Palantir. Is the current price attractive enough to go into AMD as far as like a long-term investment? It's a very good price. It's below its previous two earnings, both of which were phenomenal. I want to buy more of it, but I don't want to dip into my fund money. And I just sold some, so it's just like I bought some leaps today. I don't know. What's the farthest out expiration on your calls for Jimmy? I have 10 April 200s. I think those are my farthest out ones. What do you do with a Feb 18, 3 Feb 18 220C that you can't roll because no capital? You could still roll them. You don't need capital to roll. The capital is there. What are those worth? They're worth $104 each. So $316. You could try at least moving them out a little. It's not a lot of money, but you could roll into like um March 4th, like 290 maybe. You could probably pick up a 180 if you try hard. Or if we see like a little dip. Kramer's not always wrong. He's just usually wrong. Can they squeeze another stock as an ultimate attempt to lure us out of Jimmy? You mean like they've done all year? Do you prefer pickles or cucumbers? Hmm. I really like cucumbers. I don't know. I like both. According to data from chart exchange between 129 and 127.22, Jimmy is net short 249,544,099 shares, or 337% of the float. Cool. Did you just add that up manually? Based on like net short volume carried over day to day? At what level of a close are you looking to get full bull about VUP? I mean, this up 10% is pretty fucking nice, glider. This is a good day. I should be happier. I'm just very tired. I'm tired and cranky, and people are being overly positive. I don't like that. I don't like or trust positivity. Yeah, exactly, Smox Fox. Ew, gross. It's not that I'm hungry. I'm not hangry. I'm tangry, whatever tired angry is. Positivity is sus. Are you menstruating? No. Is that a thing? I don't know. How do I do that? I hate your face. You're welcome. Visceral for mod. Thanks, Ross. You know, Ross, I think I might know you. Where's your exuberance like? I haven't gotten 8 hours of sleep in years. I think I'm gonna get super drunk after the stream today and just pass out for like 16 hours. Joe Rogan's sounds like an idiot. I've never watched him. I don't know, but if he says that, that sounds dumb. Yeah, I drink. Sometimes. Pretty rarely, but sometimes. It does mean more hedging for the upside board gamer. I'm about to eat frozen tikka masala. Want some? No, I'm alright. I want to protect my profit in a March 90C. Okay. What orders can I use to do that? I'm unclear on what they all mean after reading up on Fidelity and Investopedia. I'm confused as to what you're trying to do. If you want to protect your profit in a long call, you just sell it. Are you into leather? I have a leather couch. I don't know if that means I'm into leather, but it's made from cows. Someone gave it to me. It was a weird day. I want to call with infinite upside potential but zero risk. Any tips? I'm putting this here to find the timestamp for clip tags. Do you know you can get mushroom leather? I'm allergic to mushrooms. That seems like a bad recipe for mycelium or mushroom. Like, is it made from the fruiting body? It sounds uncomfortable. I mean, somebody already ate the cow, right? Wouldn't throwing its skin away be a waste? Then the cow would have. I can eat them if they're cooked. Something to vibe with your mood. What percentage of people are going to still be miserable and rich post MOASS? Probably most of them. But they'll have nicer things and more distractions. Why the fuck do you know names of different mushroom parts? Your knowledge of random facts seriously astounds me. I read a lot. I spend a lot of my time reading. Is it what? So they just have like leather cows? Like, oh, those are the leather cows? Like, do they lotion them or something? Different diet? What makes a better leather cow? Can we understand something? I have a Feb 18th 160. Today the price is up by 10%. Yet the call value is down by 3. Why would something like this happen? Is it all theta decay? Yes. Yes, it is. Also, depends on when you buy the call. Did you buy the call like at the top of a peak when IV was elevated? Missed member message? Here's some negativity. Since discovering your channel, I have nothing but lost money and my life is currently in shambles. That's awesome, Taximus. I'm glad to hear that, man. Congratulations. Is this the turning point? Are we finally moving up? I mean, we broke 107.41, which was relevant. I don't know how much more we're gonna go up today. I mean, we're up quite a bit. Today's a solid day. The more of these like incremental gain days we have, the better. Igor Kazimov. Are we talking Dostoevsky? That's a harsh assessment. What's the biggest bag you've ever held? I don't know. There've been a couple. I held AMD for a really long time before it was worth anything. How much money and what strategy do you need to start MOASS? A few billion, probably. I guess you would start spoofing the order book with high frequency trading, driving the volume up, um, while building a gamma ramp, far dated gamma ramp. And then you would, once you started to generate an increase in volume, you would just dump a shitload of money long, like double the market cap. That'd probably kick things off. Are you selling March 18 in the money calls right now? Are you waiting to see how this pans out over this week? Oh, I'm definitely waiting to see how it pans out. We might see a new intraday high. I don't hate the possibility of it. I think we could test 110. More volume at levels, which means supposedly more support at each level. Am I right in that? Yes. Carl's, I mean, I only timed him out for 300 seconds, and that was hours ago. Carl's here. He's lurking, waiting to time people out, probably. The actual price that outcome on the various broker is provided by the DTCC? Question? What, alien? Are you asking about like the market price? That'd be like MBBO. Would you rather Jimmy increases $2 a day guaranteed for a year, or jumps 200 at any time but will drop to the EMA 60 after 6 months? Those are very different scenarios. Just 2% every day for a year sounds awesome. 2% daily compounding? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you know how much that is? Fuck you, Carl. Why'd you time out fiscal stupidity? Oh. They asked for it. I'll do a Four Loco chug if PiFi does a Four Loco chug. I don't want to chug a Four Loco right now. It's going to upset my stomach. And then I'll have blue Plotkins for like 2 days. I don't think Ryan Cohen's hinting at anything with his tweets. He's just tweeting shit. Am I straight edge? No. I challenge you to a match of Edward 40 hands. No. Yeah, Zakir's wife and Zakir. Do you have a stat on how many comments are posted in the stream each day? The sheer volume of data you ingest in a day is fucking impressive. I'd imagine you read over 100,000 words a day. I don't know. Maybe. It's like some amount of words. How would I figure that out? The trick is to let it decarbonate for 2 days. Why do you know this? Why are you pre-preparing Four Locos for chugging, Elena? Spill the tea. That'd be a waste of perfectly good tea, trash. I'm not doing a backflip. I am gonna row today. I bought a rowing machine. because I feel fat, like on the inside, and I look fat on the outside. So I figured I'd address that. Thanks, son of Ricky. I know. I did. It was a concept 2 rower. How did you know? Only the best. I'm working on a method for making perfectly clear ice cubes. Don't you just freeze them inside a like a Yeti, like a cooler? Proof? Can we see your shoulders? Yeah, I'm gonna get drunk while I'm rowing and then pass out. What about that? Don't you understand? Monetized rowing stream? Is Matt Kors in good shape? It's hard to tell because his face is so ugly. I went there. Stream it. We can all do it together. I'm not streaming rowing. It's my private time. Are you at a standing desk right now? Oh no, I'm sitting in a chair, which you can clearly see right here. That's a fake chair. What the fuck? How tall am I? Taller than average. Wait, what's average? Probably taller than average. Is that a standing chair? Yes. It's just a belt and a chair back. So I just belt it around and then I wear it all day. It is a Staples hiking chair. It's a piece of shit. Where's your new chair? Moonwind stole it. Don't you guys think that if I was making shitloads of money off this stream, I would have bought a fucking new chair by now? No, I'm actually just really lazy. I want to deal with the process of purchasing it on the internet. 5'9" is the average height for a US male. So yeah, above average. How did Moon get his hands on your chair? He stole it off my porch, obviously. Or he paid off somebody at UPS to have it shipped to his house. I don't know. Was it like an OG Four Loko? I have to obtain an OG Four Loko first. I don't like Herman Miller's. I think I finally figured out why I don't get a lot of sponsorship offers, because I don't really have anything good to say about anything. I'm gonna be like, guys, this is the best. I'll be like, this is moderate to okay. How do people do it? How do they find the energy to just talk about products and shit all day long and be enthused? I saw some YouTube videos last night for the first time in a long time, and I don't know where it comes from. Like, how the fuck is Trey so bullish on AMC? How are beauty YouTubers so into their newest Jade roller? They couldn't pay me any, nobody could pay me any amount of money to be that excited about something. Are they just all on drugs? How much does GME excite you? You're watching it in real time. If it goes up a bunch, I'll get like a little, I'll start talking a little faster. Pulled Jade Roller off the cuff pretty fast. Skin tips? What do you want now? What are you addressing? You got oily skin, dry skin? Do you exfoliate enough? That's step one. Old skin? Oh, you're fucked. Suggestions for blackheads. Just, Aaron, just buy a Dyson vacuum cleaner, put on the crevice tool, and then just run it over your face. It'll get your blackheads out. Where's the price action? Like the old days. I remember those. Not, yeah, not a dermatologist. It does it does all the things that you want though, right? It pushes all that blood to your face. Kylie Jenner said something about that being important, right? And then and then it sucks the blackheads out. Just I mean, if you're gonna clean something, clean it properly. No, but it was 14% alcohol by volume, sour apple kind. Not bad. Oh, and you were on Adderall? Oh, that sounds like it'll fuck you up. Gorilla glue and paper towel. There you go. Now you're thinking. I said we were going to test 110 before close. You want me to zoom in? Oh, I should probably update Reddit. It's been a couple hours. When was my last update? Hold on. I have an unlucky number of shares. I'm going to buy some at 109.69. Buy two of them. Oh, no. There we go. That's more than two. Two. Fuck. Wait, I'm gonna fill. Come on. There we go. Guys, look at me. I have 15 shares. Power Hour song? Are you sure? You're not gonna be able to see the stock. I didn't stop the run. $110 stopped the run. All right, I'll do it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. I'm gonna short it back down. I didn't break it. Ugh. How much cannabis do you smoke, eat to stay this chill? Literally none. What bar rate percent will you start getting a chubby? I would say semi at 11%. Did you guys discuss the missing chart data from this morning? That one poster showed 45 minutes after open today, GME charts just didn't exist on Thinkorswim. That's crazy. We had charts all day. Maybe it's completely fucking irrelevant and a structural issue or back end issue with TDA. What's the highest price you've paid for a single share of GME? Didn't I buy one at like 300 in June? I think that was it. I was buying the resistance in June. Will you be my best man? Will I receive my chair back? Why is it every time somebody has a problem with their software or app, they feel the need to write a Reddit post about it? Like, guys, look at what happened to my thing today. Who cares? It's not crime. It's just dumb. Did Bob update you on FTD numbers? I don't know. I'll ask him or look. No. You might not care, but others do. Why do they care? Not chart glitches, like data glitches. Widespread data glitches on multiple platforms, sure. That's worth noting. Like when right before the futures expiry, when GameStop started popping up with SI at like 100% everywhere. That's something worth mentioning. Or the 13 million shares that like appeared and disappeared on Fidelity. Also worth mentioning. My stock program not working while all the other ones do. Not worth mentioning. Do you have a favorite GME hype video? No. You don't have to preface your unpopular opinion by saying unpopular opinion first. That's like saying no offense and then insulting somebody. I love that you bought at the top of the last spike. Me too. I was buying the resistance, Bob. Trying to get us over 110. Are you do What are you doing? I do like that video, Fluffy, so I'm not gonna lie. Asking for my friend who works at a hedge fund, can you stop people from freaking out over literally everything? We want them in a state of high anxiety. Thanks. No, my chair is a piece of shit. It's terrible. I hate it. Wonder if you can demonstrate how you'd identify historical support resistance on Microsoft. Trying to practice today. Let's take a look. GameStop's not doing anything fun right now. Ugh. Oh, is the market just tanking? I think the market might just be tanking. Well, we got one here at 284.09. You can also use your EMAs. those are the important ones. I assume you're looking within the current time frame. The next one, the upside's here at 310. And here at 320. Usually they're gonna line up. So 319.63. And then, you know, this is the peak, right? There's a little bit here at like 324. Not a lot. I would say that this bounce is pretty good for, I mean, it already, if it can continue back up through 310 again, I think you have a pretty good shot at 320. It's on the daily. I mean, the trend's going to be mostly true on the 4-hour as well. I don't think Microsoft moves too much overnight. Yeah, looks good. At least that's how I do it for like a long term. We're gonna get a bounce here. Looks like we tapped that EMA 250 right there. A little volatile to the downside. Fucking GME? What? Did you guys want to watch the dip? I timed that perfectly. You missed the worst part of it. Saw a post discussing 300k shares worth of cheap puts going up today. Coincidence? With 300k borrowable back for shorting and stock a tracker, how would those relate? They don't. Fed talking hawkish again, moving away from their dovish assessments, or dovish. I don't really be worried unless this falls back below 445. Fuck, I should have held my spy calls longer today. Oh well. So it's tomorrow. This is good, right? Like over the last couple days, we can see the position starting to break under pressure. Some pressure was relieved here from the internalization and the FTDs, and they shorted it back down, but they were unable to sustain it for as long as they did the first time. And you know, we started to climb on Friday, significantly up today. This will continue forward. I've actually had a pretty hard time the last week or so, really keeping the price down. Mostly preceded by pre-market movement, except for 127. 127 was intraday, but these like pre-market movements are easier for them. Right, there's less liquidity, so it's easier to push the stock down if there's liquidity. Carl hit me up on Facebook and asked me to tell you that the borrow rate is now 3%, whatever that means. Miss you guys. Oh, goddamn Jamie G. What's up, man? Last 4 months ago, Fidelity had 4 million-ish shares. It was like 3.5 million to borrow. Well, they've been borrowed and they've been held. I'm sure some have been DRS'd, but for the most part, they've been borrowed and those positions have been held. Don't forget, Fidelity and IBKR are not the extent of the shares lendable on GameStop. Literally every pension and hedge fund and ETF that owns GameStop is probably lending their shares. So you figure Vanguard's got a few million, BlackRock's got a few million, State Street's got a few million. Those are all being lent, right? So even though we can't see those parts of the lending pool, they're there. Every fucking teachers union in America has, and pension fund has some shares. Those are all being lent. The first half of Jan fail data is out. I know. What's the peak and low for today? Today's low was right at like market open. It was fucking, what was it? 97.74. 97.86. And our high was 109.82. Yep. Looks like we caught that support there. I finally made a good trade. I bought 2 for 120 on the dip and sold it when we tested 110. Awesome, man. Less bullish on the squeeze potential or more? I'd say it's equivalent. I mean, it looks like they fucked themselves pretty hard this go around. They've internalized and shorted to a far greater extent than they had throughout the rest of the year. And I don't really see a difference in exposure, and ETF FTDs are higher. Not to mention they're borrowing real shares at GameStop, driving up the borrow rate and definitely creating more FTDs on that front. And that means more real FTDs in the future on GameStop, which is good. They're struggling with liquidity. Bullish on it. We need price improvement. This is not a great price to launch from, unfortunately. That doesn't mean we won't go up. It just means that the range of our upside is probably a little more limited. Although with the gamma ramp in place, it could get interesting. And it's hard to say the psychology behind GameStop moving, from 100 to 200 versus GameStop moving from, 180 to 250. Like a 180 to 250 move doesn't seem to generate a lot of interest, but people have been paying a lot of attention to GameStop lately because it's been so low and the price is very cheap. Options have been very cheap, again, because of the low price. And so there's a lot of open interest, and a lot of people are paying attention. This is the risk of pushing the price of the stock to the downside, is because for bulls and longs and people interested in investing in the stock, it opens up a very good opportunity for them. And usually it is taken advantage of, as we're seeing in this case, is the delta neutral continues to decline and the call options continue to be purchased. It could create a situation where GameStop moves once again like it did before. And if I'm moderately right about them using short-term entropy swaps to hedge upside moves, I think they just are going to pull all the pressure off and let it rip.
I know Sony's buying Bungie. Lucid FTDs over 1 million per day for a month. Peak over 10 million in a day. Oh, if it rips, I'll buy back my covered calls. Is the DN hedging realized daily or only weekly? Daily. Yeah, we could. Up almost 10% for the day. Could expect higher volume tomorrow. Also, big move days like this aren't good for sentiment for them, for those that are in short positions because it drives interest, right? GameStop up 10% for the day, 5% for the day over day. If a turnaround starts to get confirmed, that's going to drive a lot of interest. Who's they? And they might let it rip. Most likely those short volatility. The people playing with the variance swaps, which is probably Citadel. That's a big part of their business. Do you think after most we'll start a new higher class of cult? I don't know. Today is much more chill than last Friday. It's like all the shills vanished from the earth. Have they? Or are they just busy? They're just getting ready for the dip. They'll come back. What would confirm? Break of 120. Ideally 150. Yeah, I know Gabe is starting a new fund. Oh, you're just saying silly things. Why wouldn't it go to 200 today? I wanted to go to 200. That's nice. What's up, Vic? How you doing, man? Yeah, okay. 300 shares available to borrow and 300,000 shares worth of puts are not equivalent. 300,000 shares were just returned. And I'm not even sure if those puts were bought. Yeah. I think I only see 8,100 shares worth of puts. Volume? Let me see. Nope. With lots of positions, are price alerts the mechanism used to stay informed? No. I sit in front of my computer all day.
Bull confirm another 15-minute after hours rip. Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some after hours price action. No, they don't both push the stock price down. One is what you're thinking of are naked puts. Long naked puts being hedged down. A short put or sold doesn't really have an effect, right? These are cash settled, right? They're already hedged. Puts are secured with cash. Calls are secured with shares. A put allows you to put the shares onto a seller. Calls allow you to call shares away from the seller. Like, gimme. Guys, don't forget 5 p.m. There will be a premiere on our new channel that's about stuff and stocks and education and things. So you can watch that if you want to. There's a link below. Why what? Eloquent. Thank you. I have a drawing board. Writing with a mouse like that would be ridiculous. Does puts cost same like shares? Fucking goddamn. It's not funny, all right? Hey, dude, it's been weird. Thank you, Chicken Tender Daddy, for the extra aggravation. Hey, dude, it's been a weird 6 months since I joined the cult. Best one ever. No Kool-Aid required. Thanks, Aggro Crag. Thanks for taking time to educate us all, even non-members. Yeah, I mean, that was the idea. I never intended people to have to pay to learn more about GameStop. What are the signs that short hedge funds are losing and apes are winning, Gherk? I like how you added Gherk, but currently we're seeing delta neutral drop. I just went over this. Just rewind the stream like fucking 10 minutes and I just went over the whole thing. Why is everyone getting so sentimental? I don't know. It happens every once in a while out of the blue for no apparent reason. We've been through a lot of shit together. And it bonds us in ways you can't imagine. But you charge us poors to watch a Dillionaire stream? No, I don't. You're just not invited. That's all. And I've even made that free sometimes. Get the fuck out of here, Smooth. I didn't say I liked you, Madara. I said bond. Like soldiers. No, it's worse than that. Um, when you say we're bonded, are you talking ionic? Ionic, like a fucking, it's rock solid. Dude, when I got here, I barely understood stocks. Now I own 100C June. I'm gonna watch every video you put on the new channel. Thanks, dude. Like the bonds of a human centipede. Like prisoners of war. What strike are you selling covered puts at? Who said I'm going to cover them? If I was going to sell them, I would have sold them this morning. Do puts cost the same thing as shares? Reddit says I can lose my house with puts if the stock goes up too high. Something about infinite losses. There's no infinite losses on JFresh, you already know this, but I'm guessing you're asking me to educate other people. Losses on long contracts puts or calls are capped at the initial premium paid. Should probably clarify that too. A long call is bought to open. Can I lose my house if I get an infinity pool? Only if the sidewall breaks and floods the hill your house is built on. Oh, that's fucking rough, DGBD. DJBD. I'm sorry to hear that, man. It's okay. You'll be less likely to make that mistake again. On your new channel, can you take some time talking about how Rocket Mortgage makes getting a new mortgage super easy? Sure. Is delta neutral still relevant this week? It's always relevant, especially when we're above it. Before the stream, I knew nothing about options. Liar. And now I'm poor. Thanks, Garrick. You're welcome. I'm really proud and excited for the things you're doing. Thank you, Han. My thoughts on CAT are bearish. Despite the massive infrastructure bills, if the interest rates go up, contractors are going to avoid new purchases for cash flow. What do you think? Interesting. Well, they don't go up till March, and I really only care about a bounce between like 195 and 205. I've watched you stream for months, and that's the first time I've seen you without a hat. That's not, it can't be true. You just weren't paying attention. Is DN still relevant? Is like saying, does gravity always matter? Cat can't get parts or anything. It's a huge problem. It's true. This is problem hitting everybody. And I think that value's already been lost. Again, I'll reiterate, I don't care about Cat as a long-term play. Thoughts on Spy overnight? Probably run up above 450. No, what I've taught you is that options are super risky and a great way to lose large amounts of money very quickly and should not be practiced except by those who understand, know how, and have the capital to do so. What you learned was nothing. But that's okay. You've learned something now. Do you then buy from China? Chinese New Year and the Olympics have made getting things out of China even more miserable than normal. Can't even air freight things. I don't know. Probably. I'm sure most of our manufacturing is outsourced to China, which yeah makes supply chain issues a big problem. I know you said you like fruity pebbles, but I might say suggest hot oatmeal. The warmth is soothing. Interesting. What am what am I doing with the hot oatmeal? Like for breakfast? Max Payne changes in real time, but the reporting of it is generally not in real time. What I've learned from options is that I want to sell theta 45 weeks out of the year. selling theta's a hot commodity, you know? You've always got a buyer. So that time, Smocks, if you want to feel better, that time that I lost like $50,000 on Tesla, I got flu B and went to the doctors, and Tesla fucking gapped down while I was at the doctors. And they were like 5 DTE options. It never recovered. That was rough. It's okay. I'm still big up on Tesla, but it hurt. It hurt bad. It was the most expensive doctor's appointment I've ever had. It was flu B. This is long before COVID. Well, not long before COVID, but before COVID. What it should have taught me was the second I got sick to sell off my options contracts because I wasn't going to manage them. I feel like it's been ages since we sustained a decent gain for a full day. Bullish as fuck. It's pretty solid. I'm all about it. You don't think it's a coincidence that the whole market went free fall just as we were testing 110? I mean, we're mostly just moving up with the market today. There's nothing pressuring GameStop's movement right now besides like the overall market climb. There's some FTDs and some gamma exposure from last week, but there's nothing really separating us. There was this morning right at market open, and that was about it. I lost 40K on CCIV and aftermarket. Just had to watch. Yeah, it's rough. You think we reached 200 today? We don't even have time to pull it off. How do you get sick if you never leave your home? I got a real Howard Hughes thing going on here in my basement. I haven't been sick since 2019. I don't never leave my home. I just avoid it. I have to go to the store and shit like that. And before COVID, I went out all the time. I just don't like people that much, so it was brief. Do I like Howard Stern? Not really. Counterpoint for basically every bear case on cat, there is an equivalent bull case, which is why it keeps bouncing around in the same channel. Because a lot of people want to buy it at 195 and a lot of people want to sell it at 205. I'm not an introvert, ironically. I just don't like people. I get like tired of them quickly. I'm absolutely extroverted. I mean, I'm literally sitting online talking to thousands of people right now. This is not the actions of an introvert. Duck juice for the win. How do you get a hold of duck juice? Well, there's a few ways, but specifically you. Egomaniac? Possibly. Got it. Narcissistic agoraphobe. But we're not real. Some of you are. I said duck juice. Squeeze the duck hard enough. Interesting. All right, relax, trash. No one's milking you today. Thousands of figments of your imagination. I know. Well, if you guys are bots, then I still think I'm an extrovert, right? Which would make me... Yeah, I mean, you can say you're real, but that doesn't prove anything. For all you know, I'm like a deep fake AI. Put here by BlackRock to keep you holding the stock. There's your new conspiracy theory. Go nuts. I would milk Trash Dan, not gonna lie. Thanks, Phil. I'm sure Trash will be happy to hear that. Yes, yes. Everyone's a fig Newton of my imagination. I know. Skynet pickle. Nice Jaden Smith quote. Beep, boop, beep. YOLO weeklies, Feb 7th through 11th moontime. Thanks, Turd. Did you tell Lee Mixes to stop changing his fucking dates? Halton to close? That'd be fucking dope. Can someone please talk about the borrow rate? They have excessively. How many options do I have? I have enough, right? Should I buy more? I really want to buy more March 110s. I should do a pull. Buy weeklies? No. Right? I should have bought weeklies this morning. I knew we were gonna go up today too, and that's what makes me angry that I didn't just buy like 100s at market open. Don't forget who your real best friend has been this whole year. March 1 ramen? Love, hodl them shares like you hodl your water from all the sodium our product provides. That and undigestible noodles. Might be a wise choice to buy some weeklies right now. Why is Turdferg saying Moon the 7th? I don't, just, I'll confirm later, but ignore him for now. This is best for me. Adulting sucks. See, this is the way I view getting rich, is it will provide me enough money to act and behave like a child for the rest of my life. And that's really all we want to buy, isn't it? Our youth back. Plus drinking. Like, if we could be drunk children again, that's what we'd be paying for. This isn't a bull trap. Come hither after the stream. Don't tease me with a good time, turd. Have you ever had Grillo's pickles? I have like a bucket of them in my refrigerator. I've eaten 2. So I bought like the Costco container of them, and I've eaten 2 out of the bucket. I've owned it for like 3.5 months now. They better not slam the close. Well, yeah, closing above 108 is very good. We're up over 10% today. It's like 2 million share hedge. Yeah, it's a little over 1 million. Yelia had I posted Yelia's update today. What did she say? It was 1.3, I think, per million. 1.2. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, there's another Delta spike forming. So it's 1.5 million in net buying would occur with an increase of 5%. 2.6 million would occur with a 10% increase. So 2.6 million in a perfect hedging scenario. I'm holding my calls. Why would I sell them? What am I going to sell them for? If I join, do you get options plays? Otherwise, I'm not wasting my time or money on joining. Thanks. Do you get options plays? I don't know what the fuck you mean, Illinois Gaming. I don't care if you join. Don't become a member. People discuss options in the Discord and various plays. Yes. Is there a penalty or way to prove slamming the close? It's called banging the close. But there is a penalty. It's very hard to prove. It's rarely, unless it's super obvious, it's very rarely followed up on. It's also not very commonly done. There's a specific reason for doing it. Ding ding. Is DFE ever going to tweet again? I don't know. He's in the channel sometimes, maybe, or maybe not. Is there oil leaking from your right eye? No, it's tearing up. It's super itchy. It's quite painful. I think I got something in it. Not too shabby. Pretty good, yeah. I'd say this was an awesome day. Can you do a quick what we learned today for those of us who missed the stream today because of work? We learned that the GME borrow rate went up 3%. Sony bought Bungie, so consolidation of more IP across the video game spectrum. Probably not bullish news for GameStop. And then markets up. Things are looking good for tomorrow. Tomorrow is our first day of overlapping ETF FTDs. Very exciting. Keep your pickles up. I'll see you in the morning. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
One last note, guys. Don't forget to check out the new channel in about an hour.
Like them
Introduction video will be released. Links down below in the description.
Rico!
Sit, Crayon. Sit. Good dog.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.
It's at 5 o'clock, Zakir. Not 5:30.